Morning. We'll start in about 2 minutes. Give people time to come in. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to all the early birds for the 9 o'clock session. And there were some really early birds that joined the prayer meeting, so thank you for those that got here extra early. So we've been having a great series of events that yesterday we had kicked off with 4 panels, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, and interfaith ERG panels, workshops led by some of our sponsors. And then we had a whole day of programming, and last night we had awards and a wonderful banquet. So today we'll be having, again, parallel panels. So you're in the room, plenary panel, building a more human-centered workplace. And then on the slide on the right is what our breakout panels are, and they're down the hall. If you go out and turn right at the end of the hall is room 204. So those are our breakout panels. And for those that weren't here, we're being hosted here by the Catholic University of America, the Bush School of Business, which Dean Abella, who was our keynote yesterday, was the keynote speaker, and he's the founder of the business school. And if you didn't get his book, there's a free book in a box outside that's really worth doing. And he has an app, Grow Virtue, that you can download and use in your organizations, but I won't say any more. So this is a very special panel. Thank you for Coca-Cola Consolidated for sponsoring it. And I've asked Julia if she would just tell us why she thought this was important, and then Paul will take over. Then we'll have a presentation. Paul will moderate, and we'll go from there. So Julia, what made you think this would be interesting for this audience?
Great, thank you. I think I mentioned briefly yesterday that Coca-Cola and several other faith-friendly companies, as well as some faith and work nonprofits, worked with Barna on this research to really look at, what are employees looking for in their workplaces? How does that relate to faith in the workplace? How does that relate to care? I know in the session that Paul and I did yesterday afternoon, we talked a lot about, are people feeling, cared for? Are they, what are they looking for? And that is so important to them, that their organization shows care for them. And so the research from Barna really backs up some great insights, and I think Faith-based ERGs are uniquely positioned to provide what people are looking for, right, and what the research shows. So that's why I thought it would be so helpful for all of us as, leading faith-based ERGs to really be aware of these insights and to think about how our programming, our content, what we provide to employees lines up with it. And Paul's gonna go ahead and run this panel.
Great. So just to start, the run of show here is, we're first going to turn it to Daniel. Well, in a moment, we're going to turn it to Daniel to walk through the actual data and the research and so on. But first, I thought it would be helpful for you to know who the other folks sitting in front of you are. So you already met Julia, and you know Julia from previous sessions. Sloan and Craig, do you want to just give a 20-second, 30-second who you are and where you're coming from and why you're here?
Sounds good. Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'm Sloan Minkus. I'm a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I've been there almost 30 years. I practice cybersecurity daily, and I've been part of our purpose and inclusion, I would say, broad network of ERGs for many years, and particularly individually involved in our Jewish Belief Inclusion Network, or ERG. Happy to be here.
And my name is Craig Carter. I'm based out of Phoenix, Arizona. I was with Intel Corporation, left about 2 years ago after 25 years. There I was a product manager and a finance controller. And then I led the Christian group and then also the cross-faith group with 7 different religions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Sloan. And thank you, Julia. I think if you weren't in the session yesterday, to me, my name's Paul Lambert. I wear a number of hats here, but I'm with the Religious Freedom Business Foundation on the board there, and have worked with Brian for a bazillion years, and do a lot of consulting in this space. My full-time job is actually at BYU. It's what's called the Wheatley Institute, and I'm a faculty member of the business school, the Marriott School there. So what we're going to do is Daniel is going to walk us. Daniel's coming from Barna, and if you just give a quick intro when we turn the time to you, Daniel, that'd be great. Daniel's going to walk us through the research that they've been doing that Julia referenced, and then there's kind of 4 main insights that Daniel's going to share. We'll have some discussion, and that's also where we'd like to pull you in into the discussion and ask any questions that you may have. So that'll kind of be the run of show today. So Daniel, why don't you take it away? Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everybody. What an absolute pleasure it is to be with you this morning. As Paul said, my name is Daniel Copeland, and if we have not met before, I'm the Vice President of Research for the research firm Barna Group. If you're not familiar with Barna Group, I'll give it a bit of an introduction in just a moment. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about research that we have been doing on building a healthy workplace. We've been trying to ask questions in our research around all of society is going through change right now. There's disruption happening, and the workplace is changing. What the workplace provides for a person is changing. And so, as a research firm that is dedicated to understanding the intersection of faith and culture, we recognize, I don't know if we can go any further without understanding work, without understanding how work influences a person's life and how they influence the workplace in return. And as everybody knows, if you went and did a Google review, you'd find that the workplace gets a 5 out of 5 star every single time in terms of how much we enjoy it, how much we enjoy being there, the people we meet, the things we do. 5 out of 5 every single time. That's not the world we live in. My background is in sociology, and in sociology we often talk about 5 socializing institutions. These are the institutions that teach a person, who are you? How does the world work? How will you interact with the world today? We often talk about the family providing a bedrock for you, a place for you to know who are you in your immediate vicinity. You are a son, a daughter, a child. The religion sector of any background teaches us, what do we believe? Who will we gather around? Who will we worship with? How do we think about the divine? How do we think about the interconnectedness of all people? The workplace teaches us, and how will you interact with the world? Education prepares us for that world. Government provides the context from which we assess the world and access the world. And so what we recognize is that all of these institutions are under pressure right now. They are under the pressure of change, institutional disruption. Families are becoming disestablished. The nuclear family is no longer the way to measure the success of a family. Religion going through mass disaffiliation. The workplace feels more and more disconnected from the realities of life, and on and on. And so as a research firm, we said, well, what do we need to understand about work today? What do we need to understand about the human experience of work? So at Barna Group, we are a research firm, social and market research firm dedicated to the intersection of faith and culture. We're about 40 years old. I've been with the firm for about 7 years and have the great pleasure of serving as vice president of research. My job is to take big questions and say, what's researchable about that question? And then what would the Barna research version of that be? We are a Christian-based research firm. Most of our work is actually in some of the organizations that you see here, faith-based in nature. More times than not, I'm standing in front of pastors. Do we have any pastors in the room? I didn't think so. Did not think so. But it's a great pleasure to be with you all today because we really believe that the intersections of all these different parts of our lives are where change is going to happen, where human flourishing is going to be found in our time. So I want to provide you all with 4 observations from our research about a more human-connected, human-centered workplace. As Paul shared, I'm going to walk through 4 different major findings. At the end of each finding, there's going to be a discussion question. I'm going to pose it rhetorically to you all, and then at the end of the research presentation, the panel and you all will get to discuss. So thank you very much. Very excited. So first observation from our research, and let me say, this research is survey research. This was conducted with all U.S. working adults, both full-time and part-time, specifically adults. We do this through market-based research, consumer-based research, like what I assume many people in this room might be accustomed to when we're thinking about our donors, our customers. What makes Barna Group unique is that we're usually looking at this through a very human and faith-based lens. So our first observation is about the absolute need for relationship in the workplace today. The need to know your neighbor in the workplace today, the need for deep belonging. When you ask all US adults, how satisfied are you with your job? What we find is that about 7 out of 10 people actually say that they are somewhat or very satisfied. As you see in this data, you can see how satisfaction waxes and wanes across generations, how it changes between genders. So for example, older people, far more satisfied in their jobs than younger people. When you aggregate the somewhat and varies here, men tend to be a little bit more satisfied in their jobs than others. But sometimes it's important to start with a stat that maybe disrupts how we assume the world is being experienced. You hear the news, you read a tabloid, you hear that workplace is falling apart. The truth is that 7 out of 10 people actually would say that they enjoy their job, that they're satisfied with it. There's some change over the life course and across generations, but generally, people like their jobs. What's interesting, though, is that despite high satisfaction, a good percentage of people, almost 6 out of 10, would say, I'm also open to leaving this job. Loyalty is not what we often think about it in society. We used to think that job loyalty was a great indicator of how happy a person was in a job. And if you look at it that way today, what you'd see is that most people are happy with their jobs and most people are open to leaving their jobs. Younger people tend to be the ones really leaning into this. They're far more likely to say, I'm open to leaving this, whereas older adults are a little bit more set in their ways, more open, more desiring to stay right where they're at. So satisfied, happy with our jobs, and open to leaving it. So what we did in our survey was that we also asked people to rate their satisfactions with numerous different aspects of their job. And what we find is that relationships are the part of people's jobs that they enjoy the most. It's more than their salaries, it's more than their compensations, it's more than their benefit packages, which is often how we sell somebody on, come be with us, come hang out with us, come be productive with us. What we actually find is that it is the relationships that make people the most engaged in their jobs, the most satisfied, and maybe even the more loyal to stay. It's that relationship with not just a coworker, but with a manager too, as the data showed. And so as leaders, we have to think about, well, how are we forming places where people can make those relationships? How are we thinking through the bonds that everybody has with each other? As the workplace continues to be disrupted and we look at things like productivity measures, or we look at things like salary, and we recognize this isn't the clearest way to measure the success of the workplace, the average worker is saying, hey, I stay because I like the people. They're saying, I stay because there are people here who care for me. And if we thought back to those institutions for a moment, we recognize that they're all under pressure right now. Where else were people going to find relationships if we are less connected to our families, if we're less connected to our places of worship? We need these relationships. They build up our flourishing. And so observation number one is how much we need to lean into these relationships. The discussion question, I'm going to have to turn and read this so I get the wording right. Consider the value of relationships. How can ERGs further deliver on value creation for the organization and its employees? How can we be relationship-centric with the workplace today? Item number two from our research is all about the human connection and fostering formation. How do we build people up? How is the workplace not just a place that we are productive, but a place where we're also building people, people development, people-centric, not just now in their relationships, but who they are and how they understand themselves. Harvard has been doing amazing work over the last few years on human flourishing, understanding the different attributes of our lives that can really tell us, are we flourishing? Are we thriving as a human? And what they find, very similar to what we find, is that the workplace is such a catalyzing force for that. If you're happy in your work, it's likely building up the other aspects of your life. Far more than your happiness is making you a better worker, the satisfaction and the belonging you find in your workplace is making you a happier person. There is directionality to this. What we find in our research is that people aren't just working for money anymore. We asked them in this survey item to select 3 of these and say, why do you work? What is work to you? And of course, the most selected option is, I work because I need an income. We cannot escape being in a capital-based society. We need money to afford groceries, to afford vacation, to afford rent or a mortgage. And so it's not surprising that that's the number one option. But what you see below that in terms of the items that they're most likely to say is why I work, is it's about their growth. It's about who they are becoming. It's about using their gifts, their strengths, fulfilling their purpose. And we're not in an era anymore where we are assembly lining, pushing people through build this thing, do that thing, be part of the assembly line. We're doing really meaningful work. Work is about connection, and when we are connected as a people, we help those people build themselves up, and they pour more into the work. And so we have to understand, for a human-based workplace, we have to think of not just what are we asking people to develop, but how are they being developed as they work here? How are they growing? How are they challenging themselves along the way? So we also recognize that the influences of society today, the workplace does not stand as an insulator or a safe place. We are living in the loneliest time in human history. There's never been a time to be alive that is lonelier than right now. 1 out of 5 people say, I always or often feel lonely in life. The same amount of people say, I often feel lonely in my workplace. And half of workers today say, I want these friendships to extend beyond this place. I need this place as an integrated part of my life. If you're familiar with any of the research on work-life balance, there's been a shift over the last few years from talking about work-life balance to work-life cohesion. These things work together. It's not the separation of work and life, it's the cohesion of the two. And that means that we have to be empathetic with loneliness, and we have to build up relationships and human connection to help people discover who they are, discover who they're gonna be in community. So the discussion question for this we'll come back to. Belonging is a valuable part of the human experience. A sense of belonging also varies from one person to the next. With this in mind, are we doing a good job of building belonging in the workplace? How might organizations scale belonging? Belonging is not just fitting in. When you fit in, this is Dr. Brene Brown's research, when you fit in, you have to change who you are. When you belong, you are accepted for who you are, and you are encouraged to be that person and encouraged to bring out the best in you. So as a workplace, how do we lean into that and say who you are is great, and we want to make you an even stronger and greater and more flourishing version of that person? Let's move to observation number 3. So number 3 is all about advocacy. Has anybody in this room ever had a person you can think of in your second that said, wow, that person in my workplace, they wanted me to grow. They wanted me to do better. They even advocated for me. They showed up for me in a meeting or in a board setting and said, this person deserves more opportunity. Would you believe me if I said only half of people have that person in their life? Only half of workers would say, there's somebody here who wants me to grow. On one hand, when I read this stat, I thought, that's a lot more people than I thought it was going to be. On the other hand, only half. In this room, we could split it down the middle and say, half of you have somebody who you'd say, that person's looking out for me. They want me to grow. They want me to do this better. They want me to be a better human. The other half would say, I don't know if I have that person. What's fascinating is we also ask people, well, who in your organization is that person? And what we find is that the majority of people say this is a manager, somebody above me, but there's this shift happening where as generations get younger, Gen Z and millennials, so this would be anybody under the age of 40, they are more likely to say it's a peer who is doing this. I don't really have a take on if that's good or bad, helpful or unhelpful, but it is a sincere shift, whereas the boomer generation and the Gen X generation are more likely to say it's a manager who is helping me. Gen Z and millennials are looking to their peers and saying, when I think of the person who is advocating for my growth, it's not my boss, it's the person sitting next to me. Maybe we should be excited about that and say that's so great that people are leaning in, finding community, finding championship amongst their peers. But what does it mean if those Gen Zers, those people early in their career, don't believe that their manager has their best at heart? It doesn't believe that their manager says, I want you to grow, I want you here for 10 years, and I want every year to be better than the year before it. It's something deeply existential for us to consider. Half of people have that relationship, but the trend is that it's more likely our peers than our managers. Many workers today are being left to navigate this themselves. In the era that I think as a social researcher we might be eclipsing of radical individualism, we live in a time where we're putting the pressure of success on the individual. Maybe there's a moment in front of us where we need to share that pressure, share the expectation setting, share the development, more equally yoked between the person and the structure. So our discussion question. When it comes to workplace advocating for personal and professional development, what's right and what's missing? Where do we misstep, and where are we doing a really great job at this? Final observation, vulnerability. Vulnerability is often seen as a liability in the workplace, is it not? We button ourselves up, we present our best selves, we want to put our best foot forward. But we would suggest that to build a more human-centered workplace, vulnerability, socio-emotional vulnerability, vulnerability for the real ebbs and flows, challenges of life, need to be more deeply considered. When we ask people about the emotions they express at work, we find an overwhelming number of negative, critical, and even despairing emotions that are present in the workplace today, including the most common negative experience people have is that they feel critical of themselves in work. I know this is often true of me, it's probably true of many of you in this room. And if you read this data, what you recognize is that younger people are more likely to feel every single negative emotion than their older peers. This isn't just a trait of who they are, it's a trait of the world that they're being raised up in, a world that is more focused on the self, more focused on that individualism, more focused on how we appear and present ourselves. And so we have to recognize that young people today are under an incredible amount of pressure. They're under the pressure to succeed, they're under the pressure to achieve, and they're a very aspiring generation, both Gen Z and millennials. They want to accomplish a lot. and they're bringing to that sense of accomplishment a lot of critical self-talk. Are we as workplaces built to receive that and built to live, love, and learn through that with them? Only 58% of workers would say, when I think of my manager right now, I can tell you a time that I shared vulnerably with them. Maybe that's high to you, maybe that's low to you, I'll let you make that decision. But 58% say, when I think of my manager right now, this is specific to US workers who have a manager, they would say, I can be vulnerable with that person. I've shared personal struggles with them. And what we find in the research is that there's an overwhelming amount of benefit to this. They say, I trust my manager more because I shared. They say, I believe my manager has my best intentions in mind. They feel more a part of their team when they share. And so although we've often thought of vulnerability in the workplace like this liability, the data argues that it's actually a pathway to growth. It's actually a pathway to belonging and to feeling a more part of your team and those around you. And maybe we need to lean in here. Maybe we need to think here, wow, how could we make our spaces, our work structures more accepting of vulnerability? More kind towards it, more empathetic towards it. Maybe not that every manager needs to be a therapist on the side, but so that we can be more empathetic to the world that we're living in today. Vulnerability, often a liability, perhaps somewhere where we need to lean in and say that our workplaces can be kind to the human experience of the 21st century. My final discussion question for you all. What are a few things ERGs and leaders in the room could do better to encourage vulnerability in their organization? And what should someone do if vulnerability is not seen as valuable? What would we do if somebody in our workplace does not think that vulnerability is valuable? How do we cultivate that space? Before I turn it over to the panel, I just want to remind you and thank you for having me here. I will share real quickly, my good friend Matt Randerson, who you might have seen in the program, was supposed to be with you all today. He had a personal item come up and needed to be home, and so thank you for accepting me in his stay. Barna Group would be thrilled to get to know you. If you would like to connect with us, you're welcome to do that. I'll be around for a little bit afterwards as well. Thank you so much. Paul, team.
Thank you so much, Daniel. This is fascinating research. Why don't you come over, Daniel, and join us here? Just let me get a sense. How many of you immediately know you have a question? Okay, thank you. Let me ask the panel first. A lot here, these 4 takeaways. From the 3 of you, I'd just like to hear, you're coming from different industries. What were some of the nuggets or things that caught your attention? You thought this has impact. I need to pay attention to this. It caught your attention. Let's start there. Why it matters.
Sure. So I worked in a tech company, Intel Corporation, and as a manager there, what always amazed me, I'd have 30-minute one-on-ones with people once a week or every other week, and literally 20 minutes out of the 30 minutes would be personal. Banter, talk, challenges, family, and then 10 minutes about work. And I would tell that to my manager peers, and they'd be like, that's crazy. But then my team also had the highest retention, the highest performance. People would work above and beyond because it was the relationships. They felt relationships in connection with their managers. So that resonated with me a lot.
Excuse me, one of the things that stuck with me is that what started at PwC 4 or 5 years ago really is a grassroots effort to create a belief ERGs, then got formalized, and through leadership, you started to build advocacy and a sense of belonging because people were self-affiliating as well as becoming allies, and were curious and started to really come together. And an example of this, for our ERG, we brought the high holidays, we brought actually a Passover Seder and had it at work and gave people who were perhaps away from their family, feeling lonely, in a place where they perhaps lived but didn't feel that they belonged, they were able to come to work and find this sense of belonging and connectedness with others. And it really was wonderful. And then we've repeated that over the years now, because we see the benefits of people feeling that sense of belonging as well as human connection through their belief, or through a shared belief, or through understanding others' beliefs and welcoming others to that table.
And just to piggyback on what she's saying too, there's an advocacy aspect to it, right? Faith-based ERGs are advocating for individuals of other faiths, right? So that there would be more awareness, there would be knowledge of these holidays, there would be, respect, right, to different religious practices. So there's an advocacy aspect too. One thing that stood out to me was, as someone with an employment law background, a few years ago, right, that vulnerability stuff would have made me very nervous, right? I would have said, yeah, let's not go there, right? We don't want to be, vulnerable and sharing all kinds of personal stuff at work, because, that's going to lead to legal risk. But again, being a part of faith-based ERGs, leaning into vulnerability. I just went through my own breast cancer journey, right? And so that was eye-opening for me as well, right? Like, are we creating a space where somebody who's going through cancer, or their loved one is going through cancer, can be authentic at work and be vulnerable about what they're going through, when they can't just show up to work and act like nothing's going on, right? So, I feel like ERGs, and faith-based ERGs specifically, have pushed me in the area of vulnerability. And so it's really interesting to see how important that is in the data, and how that affects people's experience and their job satisfaction.
Yeah, I love this, and Daniel, thank you for bringing this research to us. I mean, this is another data set or body of research that just, I think, supports what we all know intuitively, and that is that we're a bunch of human beings. And I think if it can be often when we're having these conversations in the workplace that the response can be, well, look, we're not trying to turn work into church. This is work, it's not church. Or we're not trying to turn this into a therapy place. Yes, that's true. But one of the themes I'm getting here, I think this research does so well at cementing, is we are complex human beings that have certain needs. And if you just look at us as assets in an organization, what would we need to do to get the most out of that asset? And what you've pointed out here are 4 key areas that enable human beings to do stuff better. I mean, in its simplest form. So why wouldn't we create a place where those human beings, those assets, can do stuff better? And one of the things that allows them to do better is creating these kind of environments. Love that. So I'd actually, let's hear, I saw 3 hands. I want to hear all 3 of those questions right now, and then maybe we can have the panel kind of respond to those 3 in a group. Does that work? So I'm happy to use my microphone, and I'll run to you. I saw some questions. Remind me where you were. Oh, you've got it? Okay, thank you. So we've got one here, Christina, and I saw another one kind of, I thought, right here in the middle, and then was there one over here? Way up there. Okay, let's ask 3 questions right in a row.
To continue with Paul's, when you have presented that data to all those companies at you, Netflix and so forth, did you see a change in what their day-to-day, or did you see them transforming, or is there a second evaluation to see how this has impacted them?
Great question. Oh, thank you, Paul. Yes.
So I think we had, well, it's right here in the middle.
Well, I had one too, but I guess I was just wondering, I guess maybe it's a 2-part question. Is this data United States, or is this globally? And I kind of asked because the numbers I seen up there was maybe 2,000 was the highest number surveyed, and then one was 500 people. So those now don't even constitute really micro population. So And was it to blue collar, white collar? Like, who was surveyed? I just try to get a context to the data.
Good morning. Craig, just to kind of spin off our discussion yesterday at the Muslim morning session yesterday morning, the brainstorming session that we had, and you were there. The main reason of, I know this firsthand, I have been part of Our Faith at Work, EG, for the last 3 years, and it definitely drives me to deal with return to office. We're now 5 days. We went from 0 days to 5 days return to office, as many other corporations are doing. But it drives me. This Faith at Work EG is like a primary reason of excitement for me to drive into the office, because I find that sense of belonging. But what my leadership from an HR perspective feels is that they don't want to have us reference God. They don't want to have us reference anything where those that don't believe are offended. So how do you deal with this agnostic belief that Faith at Work is not there to cause any offense to them, for them to not be offended in any way, but to ensure HR realizes that it's an all-inclusive opportunity for a sense of belonging for everybody? Because I guess from their perspective, their belief is that they don't believe, and that's a belief too, I guess. So you could still be a part of it, perhaps, I don't know. So that's a challenge for us.
Hi, young person here. And I think a lot of what you said like resonated with me as a young person, and just management and different things. And I started work post-COVID, and so I've been told just through the years that that I've like missed out on a lot of mentorship just with like being virtual and having remote work, as there's just so much that you can see just by like following your manager around in person and just like observing. So I guess my question is like, how do young people navigate that and like advocate for themselves? Also, I don't know what I'm missing too, because I haven't experienced it. So just like, how do we advocate for better mentorship through management, but also not even sure what we're asking for because we haven't experienced it?
Yeah, let me start by answering the question about methodology. Always great question. It's kind of like eating your vegetables at the beginning of a research presentation. And when you miss it, you go back and go, huh, did we say that? The survey research we were looking at all came from one survey. This was a survey of about just over 2,500 US working adults. So US based, working full-time or part-time by all different kinds of workplaces, white collar, blue collar, with a great mix of managing experience versus entry-level experience. And so it was a wide array of the US working experience was our goal of this. So when you're looking at this data, you're looking at the average working experience of working today. To the question about impacts that we've had with other organizations, I would say that first, I'll own the fact that we're a social and market research firm. Our job is more often to share what we learned and tell people, here's what we think you could do, and then it's on them to go make those changes consultatively. What we found is that a lot of organizations end up being, I want to say this in the kindest way, but just unaware of how deep these needs are. How deep the human experience is felt today, and how much responsibility they could hold, how much they could be doing. And so in a lot of these organizations we've worked with, we've just seen boards and executive suites just kind of go, wow, I didn't think about how much the world affects the person that's showing up today and how much we need to be a part of that conversation too. I hope that's helpful in the most synthesized way. Yeah.
Thank you. So let me frame these two other questions kind of in one for our panels here. Daniel said something really important. The data's there, we just saw it, but you also are acknowledging there seems to be a disconnect in how much companies really or truly understand when it comes down to actually making changes or policy changes or management practices and so on. There seems to be a disconnect on, does this really matter? So the panelists, we had a question about what do I do if I'm a young person and I'm feeling the gap as shown by the data, or we're trying to make these efforts based on the data and we're getting pushback along whether these are these truly inclusive efforts? Is this just for one small group of our people? How do you deal with these challenges or these opportunities? What's the way to navigate this context?
So one thing that I was thinking of as I listened actually to both of the questions and hearing you, Paul. So at PwC, we have a virtual landing zone. Like it or not, it's where everyone goes for any type of information. And on that virtual landing zone, there are frequently banners representing different religious holidays. So across multiple faiths, significant religious holidays are there. Through our ERG, we actually had someone ask, well, wait a minute, I don't understand. It's a Jewish holiday, and I want my manager to know that it's a Jewish holiday. And through our ERG, we explained, okay, but there's also many, many, many Jewish holidays, probably more than some other beliefs. And so let's choose the ones, let's make sure that the significant ones are there and help you feel more comfortable talking about the ones that may not be as significant, that are not highlighted, because we want a balance across our many faiths. And to the question about the non-believers, at PwC we also have an ERG for those that would affiliate that way, and also find a sense of belonging that they're not excluded. And so those were two things that I thought about, and a real life example of how our ERG, we were able to lean in and actually help, and we shared that openly. We helped others understand that, yes, we are as much getting that broadcast as others.
Thanks for bringing up the question. And then also, what do you do when you're younger and you're trying to figure out work, right? And how this whole thing works, and COVID sure didn't help with that. What resonates with me with that question, this one, is I think it comes down to one word. It takes courage to be authentic at work. We like to throw those words around, be authentic at work. Well, except for this or that. But to be authentic does take courage. And I thought it was like this huge amount of courage. And then you actually start doing it and you see on the other end the receptivity of the different people. Example, so I was leading the Christian group, but also heavily engaged in leading the cross-faith group, which even if you're just in, let's say you're in a Muslim group, Baha'i group, Hindu group, don't just say that I'm part of the Hindu group. Say, hey, and also it's so cool that they have a Christian group, a Jewish group, you'll rattle it off. One, you'll get to see their mouth wide open and surprise in their eyes, which is kind of fun, but also it instantly gets them to open up. So the story here is had a one-on-one with another product manager, and in one-on-ones at work, and this is good for a younger person, you always kick off with introductions. What do you do? Where do you live? How long have you been at the company? A couple semi-personal things, but not much. But saying that your company is a faith group and what the faith group you're part of and how you're excited about that instantly brings you to a different place in a relationship. So talking to the Sikh man, basically I shared as part of the Christian group and this and that. He shared, well, I'm a Sikh. And then we started to have a very deep discussion about his personal things going on in his life and a child that had died and things like that. First meeting. If it wouldn't have been through the lens of religion and faith and me opening up just a little bit, he wouldn't have gone there. So the best thing we can do, and that's the fourth point, is being vulnerable at work. If we really want to help our employers, which we should, right, we need to be vulnerable and take a little bit of courage to share a little bit about ourselves.
I'd also love to add to the courage point. Through the ERG, you're connecting with peers, but also perhaps people that you may not even work with, but are seen as leaders or managers. And I have seen personally multiple times where people will connect through the ERG and then find a way to reconnect outside of the ERG and look for that connection or that mentorship and ask for it, because they see that similarity. Oh, we are part of this ERG, or I know that you are a part of an ERG, and therefore I'm going to seek you out and be vulnerable and have the courage to ask for that mentorship. And in this world where we're navigating being back at work 5 days a week or not and still being virtual, I think it's that courage. I like your points, and I think just adding on to that is important. Thank you.
And I think all this is a call to action, right, to those of us in the room. I think we see in the data and we hear, right, from a young person in the room, I want mentorship. I want somebody to advocate for me, right? My formation and my development, I'm looking for that from my workplace. And we all know, we've worked, right, in big corporations. Not every manager is going to do that. Not every manager is going to have one-on-ones like Craig did, where there is vulnerability and the manager shows the person that they care about what's going on with them. It's not going to happen with every manager. We know there's departments. We know, right, there's different cultures even within our corporations based on what department you're in. And so we know that there are pockets where advocacy is not going to happen, vulnerability is not going to happen. But as faith-based ERGs, we can try to help fill the gap, right? There are many of us in this room who are in manager roles. Look for those younger folks who are involved in the ERG who may not have an advocate today, who may not have a mentor today, right? Who you can take an interest in, find out what they're passionate about, what their career goals are, and look to encourage them and build them up, because their manager may not be doing that, right? Or they may not have a space where they feel in their department that they are cared for. But the ERG can absolutely help fill that gap. So I think this data is a real call to action to us.
So we're out of time. I just want to say in kind of conclusion here to put an exclamation point behind the call to action. One of the things I always ask of students when we're talking about these principles is I always take time at the end of the lecture, and I ask them, I want you to write down, and I'm serious about it, write down two things. One is I want you in your own words to articulate why an environment where you can be true to who you are as a person of faith matters for your personal work performance. Why is this going to make you a better worker? And then I have them do the same thing for their organization. Why is Dell, why is Equinix, why is my organization going to be better because we have created an environment where people can bring their whole selves, including their faith, to work? How is this going to benefit the company? And have those words ready. I think the invitation here is know that the data is there, know that the concepts are there, the things that you know intuitively are also true in the data, but you need to be a voice, right? And that starts with having conversations, and it's not going to happen overnight. But you need to be an advocate, as Julia has invited us, to use this understanding, these principles, to start these conversations, recognizing they're going to take time, but that can have true impact in the workplace. So first of all, Daniel and Barna, thank you for bringing this data to our panel members. Thank you for providing insights. And thanks everyone for being here.
Seeing that this was really useful for us. I think there's so much information here that we can take back. So in this room next, Paul is going to stay right here, so don't go away. He and Eva Weitzman will be leading a session on how to measure and demonstrate ERG bottom line benefits to the business. So I think some of the questions, how can we start demonstrating this in the workplace? That discussion will be here. You have some tools that you're going to share. And then the schedule is updated. I don't know if it's updated on your phones, but Interfaith America is going to have a workshop where they're going to help you experience navigating challenging scenarios in the workplace. And that's again down in room 204 at the end of the hall. Thank you. morning. We'll start in 1 minute. Everybody come on in. So at last year's conference, one of the most popular sessions was the one where they talked about what they were going to do. And now they've gone out and done it, and we're going to hear about the great work they've done on how envisioning and actually developing a tool to help you measure the impact of your initiatives in your own workplaces. So Paul, I'll turn it over to you, and then you'll kick us off. Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning again, everybody. So we're really excited. I expect some of you at least were here last year when Ava and I spoke about research that we were just getting started in on with the intent of helping you make the case to your companies, not just generally, but specific to your organizations, how these kind of efforts, faith and work efforts can have positive impact. And that's a follow-up. This is a follow-up to that. So real briefly, let me just introduce us. So Paul Lambert, I'm at BYU along with Ava. And in short, my background is in religious pluralism and its impact on economic context, primarily business context. Why religious pluralism, why religious freedom, why faith friendliness is important in a workplace context. And I've worked with a number of you in this room and many other organizations. One of the things, and Ava, actually, Ava, do you want to introduce yourself right now, or do you want to wait till you come up? She'll do it when she comes up. Okay. One of the things, I'll just jump right into the problem here. One of the things that I've noticed and that Ava and I have noticed when we're doing this research, and I've certainly noticed as I've done consulting in this, is how do we tell our business executives, how do we tell our colleagues that may be skeptical of this kind of work, what's the business case? How do we articulate that business case with specific data? There's things we know intuitively, but how do we say it specifically? So we all know that this is about empowering employees. We've talked in this last session and yesterday about the basic business case, which is if you empower people, they are better at what they do, right? And one of the important parts of empowering people is their faith identity. But you know that one of the difficulties is that you have people within your organizations that some are opposed to this because they feel like work doesn't, or faith doesn't belong at work. There's others that are kind of lukewarm. They're not sure how they feel about it. But all of these folks are asking, show me the data. Show me why this really matters. I get what you're saying, but show me how this has impact on bottom line. Show me how it has impact on recruitment, on retention, on morale, on these bottom line indicators. So what we sought out to do is create a tool for you to be able to do that. And Ava's going to launch kind of full into what that tool looks like, how it works. But let me just set the stage here a little bit by reminding us of some of the basic ideas around why this matters, generally speaking. Okay, so we'll have. I'm going to share a couple of insights from the research just to remind us, get our heads in the space of what the research says. We're going to introduce what we're calling the WISE toolkit, and then we're going to have we really want to spend time answering your questions, because really this tool is we're giving you this tool, okay? That's our intent. We're giving you a tool that you can deploy in your workplaces. No strings attached, okay? And then we'll end by kind of talking a little bit about what inspired us to actually get involved in this in the first place. And why we're willing to give something away. So maybe you've seen this before. I could put up 30 slides here, but I'm going to do this in 2. This is from a study that McKinsey's been doing over the past 4 years from their Health Institute. Why is McKinsey one of the world's largest consulting firms interested in health? Because healthy employees make better employees. That's simply it. If you're healthy, you're better at your job. If you're unhealthy, you're less better at your job. Okay. So they looked into this and identified 4 key areas. 3 of those areas, or at least 2 of them, are very intuitive. Or in other words, they're all intuitive. We talk about 2 of those areas a lot, right? Physical health and social health are more commonly part. We're starting to talk about mental health more in the workplace, but this fourth one, spirituality, is one that we talk about because we're here at this conference, but it's not as common in the workplace as it should be. McKinsey, the big aha thing that McKinsey came out with here in their study was spirituality is just as important of these other, as these other areas, right? A lot of times our benefits packages are all about the physical health, and that's a good thing. But our workplace experience, and the presentation from Barna just before this one was a great testament to this. Our workplaces and our work life experience needs to include all four of these key areas. And spirituality is a huge one. And spirituality we can look at as how able am I to bring my religious self to work? How healthy do I feel when it comes to my religious identity or my spiritual identity? We could talk all about this about different generations, Gen Z, how this is affecting all kinds of things. For now, I'm just asking you to trust me that there's so much data represented in this slide of why this really matters. And I know this is resonating with you, but there's a lot of data, generally speaking. There's less data about your company, right? That's where it lacks. Just to kind of sum this up, this actually hasn't been published yet, but I got permission from a colleague at Texas A&M, Steve Courtwright, who's part of a team that's done a meta-analysis. What a meta-analysis is looking at every study that's been done to date on, in this case, the relationship of religion and work, those things coming together, and this is their finding. So, main conclusion of 128 empirical studies: employees who integrate faith and work are more satisfied at work, committed to their organization, engaged in their work, have better work-life balance, are more resilient to changes, and are more productive. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. We know this is true. We know it intuitively. We know it in the data, generally speaking. What we now want to empower you with is the ability to make this case specific to your organization. So if you work at Dell, we want you to be able to say, this is the data at Dell. Our employees, when we've done this research, our employees, this is the experience. This is the things we care about at Dell. We've put those together, and here's the graph, right? Here's the pie chart. Here's the thing. Here's the percentages. Here's what's happening here at Dell, okay? So with that, I know I've run through that really fast, but I'm going to turn it over to Ava. This quote is one of my favorites. For those of you that have been around the Religious Freedom Business Foundation for a while, may know this comes from Texas Instruments. This is the attitude that we get when people feel free to bring their full religious selves to work. Because you've given me the opportunity to be who I am, in this case it was a Jewish employee, because you've given me the opportunity to be who I am as a person of faith, I want to give everything I've got back to the organization, right? I want to make my organization better. This is not just a nice statement, this plays out in the data, right? So Ava, take it away.
So in my teaching life, which is only one of the hats I wear, but in my teaching life, I teach evaluation and statistical analysis. And as part of that, I run various consultancies where what we do is we help teach organizations, government, nonprofit, and business, how to measure their impact. So those are some of the skills that we're going to apply here today. And I'm going to tell you what I tell my students, and that is we are going to have so much fun doing this. And you may not believe me, just like my students don't believe me, but I think I'm going to be able to convince you by the end of this. So many of you are already familiar with the READY Index. Your organizations are already scoring, for many of you, very high on this index, but you also know that the index basically just tells us what the organization is sharing with the world about what it does inside. And that doesn't necessarily reflect two important things. One, it doesn't reflect the variation in how employees are experiencing that. And two, it doesn't relate your company's performance to your company's READY Index indicators. So those are two things that we are going to help with the WISE toolkit. Now, WISE stands for Workplace Insights on Spiritual Expression. See, we did it. It actually means something, okay? Workplace Insights on Spiritual Expression. And it's a toolkit because it involves two scales, a scale and an index, and the scale actually has two subscales. We'll talk about all of that, and that's what we're going to be giving you today. So just to sort of compare these so that you can kind of wrap your head around how these things are different and how the WISE toolkit may be adding to the READY Index and sort of complementing it. You can see that the READY Index is at the organizational level, but the WISE toolkit actually measures individual information. The purpose of the READY Index is really benchmarking faith-friendly practices and to sort of move practice in that direction, right? By making this very public-facing, we're influencing companies to get involved in this. But if you want to understand the lived climate of people at work and how things are actually happening at work, you're going to need a toolkit like the WISE toolkit. The data sources are different. The READY Index uses public disclosure. Ours uses surveys. Okay, so we're just going to start there. It's just a survey. You guys, you can do a survey. It's easy peasy. You do them all the time. Key dimensions for the READY are ERGs, accommodations, and public statements. For the WISE toolkit, we're focusing on both climate and the perception of employees about what is actually present at work in terms of policies and practices. And we already talked a little bit about use case. All right, I saw some of you with your cameras up. There are two slides where you may want to take the photo. This is one of them. This is the whole thing. Okay, this has just about everything you need to know about the toolkit. If you have this, you are ready to go. So I'm going to give you a second to go ahead and take a shot of that, although I'm going to steal my own thunder and let you know that at the end of the presentation, we have a QR code to a one-page quick start guide that has all this information on it. There's also a QR code for last year's presentation and a QR code for today's presentation. So you're going to have access to all of these slides. All right. So I want to demonstrate what this toolkit can do with some actual data. So we validated this toolkit with a national sample of 500 US-based workers, and we asked them all kinds of questions, including way more questions on workplace faith inclusion climate than we are including in our toolkit. We use that to figure out which ones are actually the very best questions to give you to make these scales. And we also asked a bunch of outcome questions. So a couple of the questions that we asked were about employee turnover intention. Basically, are you planning to quit your job and leave for another company? And there were two questions about that. One was, generally, are you thinking about quitting? And the other is, are you actually planning on finding other employment within the year? So we're going to imagine for a moment, this data isn't all from one company, but we're going to imagine for a moment that it was. Okay? This is the kind of insight that you can get using this toolkit. For each 1 point increase in negative religious climate, so that's like perceptions that religious expression is discouraged at work, employees were 78% more likely to report that they're seriously considering quitting their job, and 60% more likely to say they're likely to look for a new job within the next year. But the positive climates and the practices didn't have an impact on that. Now, if that were your workplace data, you've now made a case for trying to retain employees using a positive faith in a climate, or at least avoiding a negative one. Here's another one. For each additional inclusive religious workplace practice, so there are 7 of them included in our toolkit index. For each additional one, the odds of reporting that employees work very hard increase by about 20%. When exploring specific individual practices, these increases are 81% for available prayer space, 58% for formal religious request procedures, and 73% for diversity training. Also, for each 1 point increase in an employee's perception of positive religious freedom climate, the odds that they report typical employees work very hard to fulfill work expectations increase by 72%. Now imagine if that was your workplace. This is real data. This is not made up. This is not a hypothetical scenario. So imagine if this was real data from your organization and this was what you were sharing with your executives about your work. Work commitment. For each 1 point increase in positive climate score, the odds that an employee reports, I regularly take action to protect the organization from potential problems, increases by 65%. And for every additional practice in the WISE Practices Index, it increases by 36%. For every 1 point increase in positive climate score, employees were 2.3 times more likely to agree that I regularly defend the organization when other employees criticize it. So people who perceive a positive climate, and this is all related to religious freedom, are more likely to defend the organization internally and externally. I have one more. Managers and executives are 2.48 times more likely than non-managers to report that their workplace has inclusive religious practices, such as trainings, policies, or support programs. But there were no significant differences between religious and non-religious employees in their assessments of religious climate or practices at work. In other words, executives and managers may be more aware of things that the company is actually doing or perceive that it's doing more than your frontline employees in general. Okay, so this is real data from real samples, and it's broad, right? This is representative of a kind of a general workforce picture. But you could tailor this for your own company, and you can do that in a few different ways. First, we have two climate subscales. One is a positive climate scale. So this one explores how people view religious freedom efforts as related to the mission and purpose of the organization, whether or not they view the organization as having practices to promote religious freedom, a belief that people in the workplace believe that it makes people more authentic when they have that religious freedom, and that everyone benefits when religious freedom is protected. The negative climate subscale has more to do with like the indifference of a company. So it's not so much like we don't like religion, although there's one that sort of gets a little bit into we don't like it when people talk about it at work, but it's mostly like we don't think religion or religious freedom are relevant for the work that we do. It doesn't belong in the workplace. It has no influence on the work that we do. People are discouraged from talking about faith-related topics at work, and or it just doesn't come up, right? Companies that have this kind of information, this kind of climate, are within our negative climate subscale. We took all of the practices that are listed on the Inspires Index or the Ready Index, because those are sort of the validated set of practices that we're judging organizations by. We took all of them and tried to figure out which of those practices actually make a difference between organizations that are doing a good job with religious freedom and organizations that are doing a less good job with religious freedom. And based on the data and the validation, for those who care, we used item response theory for this. These are the 7 practices that sort of discriminated between good companies and less good companies on this. So they hold events to celebrate and educate about different cultures and faiths. They have defined processes for addressing faith in the workplace. They provide spaces for those who wish to pray or meditate. They offer prayer breaks, training that includes religion as part of their diversity, equity, and inclusion training, chaplaincy as a benefit of work, and ERGs or EBRGs. Okay, so those are sort of the 7 that are the cream of the crop, and they're actually listed here based on our data from the most easy to sort of get into the climate to the hardest to get into the climate based on the data that we have. So the other thing that you need to measure, in addition to the toolkit that I just shared with you, the other thing that you need to measure in order to get the kind of data outcomes that I was sharing on those first 4 slides is information about outcomes. Now, I don't know what outcomes resonate with your company or your executives, but here are some ideas about topics that you might want to include. Job satisfaction, which includes things like person-job fit, person-organization fit, and a perception of opportunities to grow into management positions or otherwise receive professional development. Experience like health and well-being, meaning in work, a sense of inclusion and belonging, work-life balance, and a sense of purpose in the work that they do. Interpersonal stuff like how likely are they to cooperate, to collaborate, to trust. How do they perceive their social network at work to be? And what about their social support at work? So all of those could be outcomes. And then finally, job commitment, so things like turnover intention, work engagement, and then actual performance and productivity. You can actually link these items if you gather them at the individual level, right? So you've got individual people filling out the survey. You can actually also link that to their individual performance at work. And you can see if, for example, people who participate in faith-based ERGs have better outcomes on any of these areas or performance compared with their peers who aren't participating in those things. So there are 3 ways that you can use this toolkit. And I'm going to give you examples of each of these 3 ways in a second. But the first way is you can just take the toolkit and run with it, right? It's a validated scale. It's not yet published, but we're in the process of making that happen. It's validated. You can just use it. You just go conduct an employee survey, you pop our questions on there, and you analyze that data to your heart's content. Like, just have fun, right? That did not seem to bring you the glee that I expected that it would. There are like 2 of you who are like, yes, that's awesome. Okay. Option 2, we actually have a full survey with pre-validated outcome measures in addition to the WISE toolkit items. And you can deploy our full survey. So you don't have to figure out how to measure all that other stuff also. We can use industry standard measures for those things. And we can help you generate the report for your organization. So basically we have a ready to go survey. You decide when you want to launch it. We give you a link and you run the survey on our platform. We analyze the results and we give that back to you and help you interpret what it means. Okay, so that's ready to go. The third option is that you work with us to create a custom study that doesn't use kind of our prefab outcomes for organizations, but is tailored to the specific use case that you need in your company. And we would help you design that study, that survey, and or linking to HR data. And then again, we can help you conduct that survey and analyze the results and do any linking that's necessary. We can do it or HR can do it. Either way is fine with us. So let me just walk through 3 scenarios with beloved American companies that explain kind of what this might look like, okay? So our first company is Del Cola Future of America Institute. No, not even a chuckle, you guys? That's your company. That's your companies. Get it? Like, okay. All right. So they're using option 1, independent use of the toolkit. So basically, Del Cola added the WISE climate items to their existing annual employee engagement survey, which already collected key demographics like age, department, and tenure. By analyzing responses by age group, they discovered that Gen Z employees felt significantly less comfortable expressing their beliefs at work. In response, Del Cola launched cross-generational inclusion circles and faith-friendly leadership training, leading to a 23% increase in perceived climate scores among younger employees, right? So a real win for Del Cola Future of America Institute. Okay. Scenario 2, Accenture Airlines Interfaith Technologies. There we go. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate that. I really do.
Can I just say that Ava and AI might have been hanging out last night to make these names? Just
And logos. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the Accenture Airlines Interfaith Technologies. Yes. There we go. All right. So this company opted for option 2. They hosted the survey with us, and that opened them up to some benchmarking with other companies that had also agreed to share their data with us. So Accenture Airlines Interfaith Technologies did that, and we hosted the survey, provided the company with a simple link to share, no need for internal survey infrastructure. Company opted not to collect any personal identifiers like names or emails. And Wheatley researchers signed a non-disclosure agreement to ensure full data confidentiality. The results revealed that frontline staff had much lower scores than corporate employees on religious expression and belonging. With national benchmarks for context, they implemented targeted training and policy adjustments, leading to measurable improvement in inclusion scores. Right? So that's what that could look like if you have us host our standard survey. And then finally, our last scenario, American Consolidated Life, which actually kind of sounds like it could exist as like some sort of insurance company or something. but they opted for a custom study with performance correlation. So American Consolidated Life worked with the Wheatley team to design a custom study linking religious inclusion to performance. Each employee received a unique survey link that allowed researchers to match the WISE Toolkit data with HR records, including ERG participation and 360-degree performance evaluations. Surveys were conducted at multiple time points. The company discovered that employees who participated in faith-related ERGs experienced measurable increases in job satisfaction, faster promotions, and stronger peer-reviewed performance over time, right? So this is kind of how it works. You've got 3 options, 3 levels of difficulty and tailoring for the work that you want. Generating the reports doesn't actually take a whole lot of analysis. It's pretty straightforward in terms of creating the indices and then correlating it with these other outcomes and giving you these kinds of results. So what we'd like to do now is take a good, healthy 13 to 14 minutes to answer the questions that you have about the toolkit, about working with us, about what it can or can't do, about any other questions that you might have about implementation. We wanted to leave a lot of time for this part because we really want to convince you that you want to do this. And so this is our chance to kind of do a good job at that. There are a couple of questions here at the back.
So as the microphone's coming to you, there's a couple things I want to say. One, and Ava said this, but I want to make it really clear, so maybe some of this terminology isn't normal for this audience. So by these questions are validated, what we mean by that is we've already gone through a bunch of processes to make sure these questions actually give us reliable outcomes. Meaning we're not asking questions because we thought they were just a nice idea. We tested these questions to see if they actually gave us outcomes that we can rely on. So these are good questions, not just we just came up with them one day. Second, we know that you're worried about privacy and your company's worried about privacy. We designed this survey for you, not for our research interests necessarily. We designed this so that it can be deployed in a way that gives us no data, no data that is going to make your company vulnerable to. This is really designed for a tool for you. So privacy is intact, and there's lots of different ways that we can do that. And the last thing is, I know that analyzing data can sound really intimidating. Like Ava said, we can help you do that, but there's also very simple ways that AI can do that very quickly for you, to give you graphs and pie charts and percentages and all that kind of stuff that your executives want to understand. Let's go to the questions.
Thank you, Paul and Ava. I have a 2-part question, and that is, in your experience as a global ERG lead, what level of the organization do we go to in order to propose this kind of thing? Is it an HR level? Is it an executive sponsor level? And my second part of the question is there any kind of a talk track or boiled down version of all of this that someone like myself could say, this is what we can do, and make it easy for us to approach that, whoever is responsible?
Do you want to take the first part and I'll take the second part?
Sure. I hate to make it depends, but knowing many of your companies, I think it does depend who you talk to on where to start this. And the other thing I would say is a lot of your companies, if you just show up and say, I want to do a survey, they're going to say, no, we do our one climate survey a year. And if we need to start small, just to give you a little bit of data, start with just your ERG, for example, and see how it's impacting people that participate in your ERG. And then once you have that data, it's really compelling, then maybe you go further. So I would start wherever you can in your organization. I don't know whether it's going to be HR or your belonging office or whoever it is. If you have questions about that, talk to me, and I'm happy to navigate through that, through some of that with you, just given that I've done this with a lot of other organizations as well.
And then the second part was, how do we make this case to the people who have to greenlight it? So these 3 QR codes are intended to help with that. We're also happy to adjust them if you're like, this doesn't quite do it. Here's what I need more of. We're happy to adjust these, but the first QR up there is basically a 2 sides of one sheet of paper quick start guide that describes basically what the toolkit is, what it can help you achieve, and it has all of the items on it so that people aren't afraid of what these questions might be. We're hoping that that might be useful. You also have the QR code to last year's presentation that kind of goes through the basic business case, both at a general level and a specific level, and a QR code that links to this very presentation. If any of these slides are useful to you in making that case, we wanted you to have them. So those are kind of our answer to quickly telling people. And again, if this doesn't fit the bill, let us know. We'll create something that is more adjusted to your context.
And for those of you that like hard copies of things, the toolkit guide, I have 30 or 40 copies right here. You're welcome to take.
Okay.
I have a question about price and how this might get paid for, and I'm sorry if I missed it.
It's free. Yeah, at least the toolkit, if you administer it, is free. If you use our survey, there's no charge for that. If you want a custom study, we will charge you essentially at our cost for carrying that out. So this is not a profit center for us, but we do need to pay ourselves and the people who work with us. So if we're designing a custom study, then there would be some additional charge for that. But other than that, this is for you. We care about the cause.
If you needed us to create a report or things like that, obviously that takes a little bit of time. But again, we designed this whole thing for the cause, not for us.
So if we use your already made out survey, how long does it take an employee to fill that out?
Use the mic so that we get it when.
How long does it take an employee to fill out the survey? Yours that's already complete, ready to go?
The full survey is about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how long it takes them to complete one. So it's got all the outcome things, so it does take kind of a minute to get that done. You have a follow-up?
Is it available in Spanish?
We could make it available in Spanish.
It could be shorter if you had, for example, one outcome variable that you were really interested in, like retention. Then that could be a 3-minute survey, right? So it depends on how many outcome variables you're interested in measuring.
Yeah, but if you do the full one, it's 10 to 15. Yep.
Thank you for offering this tool. Between the WISE toolkit and your survey, which one you recommend to start with an ERG before we go to higher scale to the whole company?
The two scales are really kind of different, right? So it really depends on what questions you're asking. So the practices scale gives a sense of how employees perceive the company to be responding to the need for religious freedom. And so it's like how many different things they know are happening. My guess is your ERG probably already knows a lot of that, so it may not give you a lot of information, but it may give you information about how those practices are impacting their perception of the workplace. So if you're trying to find out what how your employees are feeling in your ERG, I would probably start with the scale, and I would probably focus on the positive subscale on the index. But if what you're trying to do is make a case for your ERG and the things that your ERG are working for and how they help with other outcomes, then I would start with the practices index. So if you can only do one, it really depends on what you need from it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you think are some of the challenges in starting with those surveys? I mean, what are the first things they're going to encounter when they say, hey, we have a good idea, we have a good toolkit?
Yeah, so I think the first thing that you need to overcome is the same thing that you've had to overcome this whole time, right? Which is resourcing and perceptions. So if you have HR representatives or executives who are already sort of wary of religious freedom at work, you're going to have to sort of overcome that idea because it's not cost-free for you to administer a survey, right, for your company. It takes employee time. There's some risk in that way involved, in that it takes a little bit of time. But the benefit that I would sort of put on the flip side of that is saying, look, you've been questioning us about whether this is valuable or not. Let's put our money where our mouths are and let's test it. Let's let the data speak for itself. And you'll find out what's actually happening in your company. So I would say the same thing that's the biggest risk for you is also the biggest benefit in convincing someone to use the data. And then the other piece is just any red tape in the way of you being able to access employees for a survey. If you were going to ask employees any questions, right, at a level that is big enough for you to be able to answer some of these questions, it's going to take a minute to get approvals. And so I think that's just the other piece is working through the approvals process.
The other thing I'd add to that is, as you're making this case for why this matters, use the real data that we have. Remember, the data points that Ava was sharing earlier that are on these slides are not hypotheticals. We didn't make those numbers up. They're real. They're just not based on one particular company. So that's real data. I mean, you can go into the C-suite and say, look, this has real impact in the workplace. We know that because there's a survey that's been done across workplaces. What we want to do is give a really detailed look into what we are experiencing here at Accenture Airlines of America Interfaith, or whatever it was. But use that data to your advantage to kind of set the stage for why this can be a benefit to your organization specifically.
Just a quick question. This is a study about employees, companies. Have you ever tried to see this into consumers of these companies? Do you think it's a possibility to tailor the survey to reach out consumers for marketing purposes, for reaching out potential, sales or so?
Just to clear, so for example, how consumers might perceive the company's faith friendliness and how that impacts their willingness or interest in consuming goods by that company. Is that kind of the?
Kind of in a way, yes, to connect with consumers and how this may impact a decision of the consumer to, I like this company, I like what they do. Yeah.
I'll give the general answer, and then Ava can give more details. Yes, we can. We have not, but that would be easy. It's just a different set of questions. Thank you.
Here's the longer answer. All of the questions start with "at my workplace," and so you would replace "my workplace" with the company name, and then most of the questions would apply. Some of them might need to be adjusted a little bit. And the other thing I would say is it's not necessarily validated for that purpose. I would expect it to behave similarly to these validated scores, but it's not validated for that purpose, so we'd need to just double check that it still makes sense as an index.
What makes something valuable is that it's validated, right? So a lot of surveys that we engage in aren't validated. Our neighborhood sends us how do you feel about? The beauty of a validated survey is that we can rely on that data. We know that X actually leads to Y, as opposed to we just think it's a nice question. So that's the beauty of a validated tool like this, is that you can rely on the answers that it gives.
Thank you for this information. This presentation has been fantastic. Quick question. Once the survey is completed and you get the results, are there standard recommendations that address the issues that may come out as a result of the survey, or is there the ability to consult with you to come up with solutions for the organization to implement?
Yeah, so there are really 3 possible outcomes for any pair of items, right? So religious freedom and this outcome. There are 3 possible outcomes. One is religious freedom helps. The other is religious freedom has no impact. And the last one is religious freedom appears to make it worse. So the last one's bad, right, for making that case. But sometimes it's actually nuanced, as are the positive ones, right? We need to look at what other factors might be playing into those perceptions on both sides. So that's where we can help sort of interpret the data. And if you end up with something where it looks like ERGs are actually making something worse, or religious freedom is making things worse, then we can explore why that might be. we might be able to have sort of general recommendations, but the better thing to do is actually to follow that up with some qualitative data, to go in and talk to people and look at the actual context and try to understand based on what's happening at work, why that might be having a negative correlation. So in those cases, I don't think there's a blanket answer for what's going on, but the approach we would tend to take is to go talk to people about what's going on with that relationship. What are people actually experiencing on the ground? And then we can draw a more full picture and make recommendations about how to adjust for that.
So, and I'll add to this, and this would actually, this response would be true not just for the WISE, for this tool, but it would also be true for the READY Index. And that is, so the Religious Freedom Business Foundation, you know, which I work with consulting companies and so on, the work that we've done, there are a lot of established best practices of how to help in one of these given areas, whether it's in this tool or one of the 10 areas that's studied or measured in the READY Index. So yes, there are practices. Standard, not necessarily. And for those of you that I've worked with, you know this is what I start with every single time. Your company's different than the next company. So saying that, look what happened, look what worked at Accenture, let's do that here, it doesn't work. What we need to do is, what are the principles at play, and how do we apply that principle to your organization? The answers to success exist in your organization. What we can do is help you ask the right questions and introduce you to the principles and best practices to give you a sense that help you find that answer that's going to be successful in your organization. So we can definitely help you improve in the areas that we've identified through the research that aren't working well. But that's a company-specific way, and that's why we're here. That's what we do.
I want to make sure that we stay on time. So thank you for your questions, your thoughtful questions. We hope that you find these tools useful. You'll notice there is a slide. We anticipated someone would have a question about data privacy, but I think Paul sort of headed that off, saying, "We got you," like we do, but it's also here in the slides if you need to make that case to someone else. And we just wanted to finish by sort of sharing a personal note from each of us about why this is important to us, why we would spend the last year working on this kind of project to share with you when there are other things we could have been doing. And so Paul's going to start, and then I'll finish this up.
Yeah, in short, the whole reason I got into this in the first place is because I believe that I'm committed to the idea and believe that lived religion and religious pluralism is not just going to help us meet our potential at work, but it's going to make our world a better place. I believe that lived religion is the solution to the problems that are most serious for us, both as individuals and as a society. Lived religion is not just a private good. It's not just benefiting me as a person. It's my lived religion and your lived religion is what makes our society flourish. And the why for me behind all of this, the why behind why we want to give these kind of tools is because I think that's where we can really make difference, not just for ourselves, our organizations, but frankly for our nation that so desperately needs it, and for the world.
I spent most of my training and most of my career working with nonprofit and government organizations. And about 7 years ago, I came to the conclusion that the institution most likely, besides families, the institution most likely to have a positive impact on the world, to bring peace and prosperity to everyone, is actually for-profit business. And it's that belief actually that brings me to this place. I believe that businesses where people spend so much of their productive lives, and markets where they exchange and trade with all kinds of other people and countries, are opportunities for us to create the kind of world that we want. And I think that if we can start inside our own companies, if we can sort of get those houses in order where we have peace and prosperity with one another in diversity within a company, I believe we can actually bring that kind of peace outward in the markets and in our exchanges in spaces outside of business to have a positive influence. So in my professional life, I work to develop the faith and skills to solve social problems, and I believe that empowering business to solve this religious freedom challenge is actually a really important key to solving those global problems that I work on every day. Thanks, everybody.
Again, if you want a hard copy, I'll just stick them down here. Feel free to come grab it. Thanks.
So you can see why last year this was a very popular session. And I hope you avail yourselves of these tools. I mean, they did it from the heart. It's not a profit initiative. But I think it can be very profitable for you. So thank you for what you're offering, folks. It's a really practical tool. And I like how it works together with the Ready Index. You can have an external, but the internal is really how you keep this going, how you can demonstrate to your company the value. So the next session in this room, as I shared last night, if you were there, we've seen a lot of growth in the Faith at Work movement in the UK and in other parts of the world. So we'll have a panel of people who are working in the UK who've come over, and we'll be sharing, get a picture of what this is outside of the US. And I know many of you have companies that have branches in the UK and around the world. So we'll be talking about some of those issues and then open for questions. And then if you are a Paul Lambert groupie, which I think there's a lot of, down the hall at the end, they have a fantastic Faith at Work MBA case competition. So where MBA students from around the world, around the country, and maybe around the world, I know that you're trying to push it out, compete to solve a business problem related to religion. So, like one year it was how can we make our Faith at Work initiative sustainable? And then the MBA four-member teams have overnight, or I don't know, they have a limited amount of time. How much? 24? Yeah. And then they have to turn that around and come back and make a presentation as if they're pitching your company on the solution to whatever that problem was. So you'll hear the results from this year's, the most recent MBA case competition. And if you're interested to be a judge or support that, then you can hear more about that. So in here, more of an international discussion. Down the hall, another way your companies could engage and be part of building this out for the next generation. Thank you. good morning, everyone. So in this session, we're going to be talking about the global experience of the Faith and Work movement. And we have three great panelists, and then the greatest panelists at the end. We've added Patrick Reagan, who you will have heard speak yesterday. So all of these folks are Europe-based, Geneva, Bristol, right? Bristol, London. Okay. So I'll give a little bit of the context so you get an idea of what the work is like developed, how it is developed in the UK. So several years ago, during COVID, when we held this conference virtually, I was in touch with some of the Faith at Work network in the UK, and they wondered if they could participate in our virtual Dare to Overcome conference that year. And they did, and they put together a panel that focused on disabilities, the intersection between differing abilities and faith. And then they got a number of people, former Paralympic champion and other folks who spoke into that. So that was our sort of first, if you were around and tuned into our sessions, you may have seen that, and that may ring a bell. And then from that, then I started making frequent visits to the UK and got to know this network. And once we got to know the network, I shared what we're doing here, and there was interest in saying we need to bring people together because people hadn't been coming together in Europe. Just like 6 years ago was the first time people from different companies came to Dare to Overcome and met colleagues from other companies. Prior to that, there was very little communication between companies on the faith initiatives, and some were just beginning. And so that's sort of, the UK was in that state. So we've had 2 annual conferences, and Florian will be sharing about our most recent one. He's with Equinix and how they hosted the conference, this conference in the UK. But there's some differences in the UK, and I'll give my perspective, and then you all can correct it if I get it wrong. But in the UK, as you know, the king is also the head of the church, and there's in the House of Commons you have MPs who are elected, but in the House of Lords, which is not quite like our Senate, but it's a second chamber, you have members of the Church of England, bishops, who hold seats there. So you have a much more different configuration of what church-state relationships look like. And because of that, there's a different sort of understanding that religion plays a public role in things. And that now this is my theory, that sort of opens the door for some possibilities that are different than we would see it here in the US. We can't imagine having a king who's also the head of the national church. That wouldn't make sense in America. But it sort of works in the UK. And Jack Palmer White has been in and out of 10 Downing Street. He used to be I'll get the titles wrong, but he worked with the Archbishop of Canterbury, who's the head of the Church of England, and represented them, their communications, and he was also a representative for them at the European Union. Is that right? Close enough? United Nations. Okay. So he's had direct experience with that church relationship with the government, and there's a great picture if you Google him of him walking into 10 Downing Street with Archbishop of Canterbury. And which leads me to my second point, is that he's also part of Good Faith Partnership, which is an NGO that seeks to scale up social initiatives that have the potential to have impact for good. And he's now, in that role, become head of their a new initiative called Free for All. which is a great name, but it's freedom of religion or belief for all. And then that has, he'll talk about that, but 3 pillars: business, government, and education. So, very, very different configuration, and you'll be able to share more about that. And then Vinod, if you're in the UK from here, you're almost halfway to India. So, if you stop in London, then it's another 10-hour flight to, 7 hours to get to London, 10 to get to Delhi, different times, depending where you're going. India. And as you know, in the political history of India, they were part of they were a colony. They were run by the UK, which has, and if you're familiar with the story of Gandhi and the independence movement, they wanted to break free from that. But one of the legacies of that history is that pretty much everybody, especially everybody that's educated, speaks English. And there's a historical connection between India and the UK. And so we'll have another panel this afternoon where we're working on a project in India with the university that Vinod is a representative of in India. But he's a businessman based in the UK. So, sort of how these bridges, and you think of your own companies, your company has branches here, there, and yonder, and how to build bridges across that are meaningful and appropriate. And just one snippet on India is the Salesforce, their faith group is called FaithForce. Their largest FaithForce chapter in the world is in India. And so, there's been some successes in India, which is a challenging place when you think of faith at work, religious freedom issues, but a lot of advances. And then Patrick, when we get to Patrick, I'm going to throw some questions, just a question. He's working on mental health, spiritual health, emotional well-being, and all those things that, modern society is, weighing heavily. Just from the very first presentation today, the data showing how important it is to be human. We're humans in a workplace that might not treat us like humans. We're employees. So, any observations? We drafted Patrick, wanted to hear what he's, but I think you have some observations about, work and life, maybe from what you can see, some things that might be different in the U.S. Or things that you've experienced in the UK that might shed some light that would be helpful here. So that's my general introduction. Oh, and the last thing I'll mention is with the Good Faith Partnership in this network, we launched at a much different level than the work here in the U.S. has been launched. So our very first kickoff meeting was at 10 Downing Street, and it was with, they hosted a lunch. They hosted a lunch with leaders from a number of the different companies that have faith at work initiatives, including some international companies. So we had the head of Google in the UK, who's also the executive sponsor for their interfaith group. Then we had companies like Rolls-Royce, some consulting firms, Baringa, and others. And we met John Glenn, who was then the Secretary of the Treasury and then became Paymaster General, which sounds like our Postmaster General, but he's sort of in charge of paying everybody in the country. So, it's a very high level meeting. And so 10 Downing Street was very interested because as they thought about this, well, this is good for the economy. If this is good for business, maybe we should start supporting that. So that he was in the previous administration, and then during this administration, we've had the Minister of Trade. We had this is also to sort of give an indication of the level of interest in the UK, is we had a breakfast meeting before the meeting that Florian will talk about with a whole different set of people, and these were the chair or CEOs of 12 of the biggest publicly traded companies in the UK came to a discussion about why and how. To congratulate them first, they were on our FTSE 100 Ready Monitor, and we identified the 20 top publicly traded companies in the UK that had faith at work initiatives. And then we invited them, gave them a trophy. You know, they all love, everybody likes to come get a trophy. They didn't do anything. This is, you know, what we observed from their websites. But the chief people officer from a very large bank, Clifford Chance, he came in and during this meeting, which Johnny Reynolds, who's the Minister for Trade, he kicked it off and saying, look, and he was negotiating the trade deal with, you know, Trump, with the Trump administration, and they had just been, that morning, after our breakfast, he went to negotiate the trade deal with India. You know, so, you know, a busy person. And he said, you know, we invited him to breakfast, and he said, you know, my staff didn't want me to come here, but it's so important. He said, my own personal faith is what keeps me in the game. You know, I've got a family and, you know, some small kids. You know, that's really important. So ministers in the UK government are also, they're also members of parliament. So they have a constituency that they have to go back to every weekend and have an open house, and people come and say, you know, there's a pothole outside and I need you to fill that, or whatever whatever the issue is in their local community. You know, MPs are much more close to the public than, say, our representatives are. There's a lot more than the student to teacher ratio, so the MP to citizen ratio is much smaller than it is in the US, and so they have a personal relationship. And then he's got that to deal with, his family, and then negotiating, you know, the best deal Britain can get with different countries. And he said it's his faith that keeps his perspective, and and he gave it. I wish we had recorded it. It was off the record. But he just knit together, you know, all those pieces and said that's how it gives me my values. And he said, you know, we have teams. You know, I can't negotiate these trade deals with a team of people that don't know and trust each other. And so by opening up that door to faith, you know, we know each other. You know, and you know, we don't all believe the same thing, but when we've connected on that deeper level, we've got a much stronger team that, you know, is going to stay up till 3 in the morning to hammer out that deal. So, you know, he gave an excellent discussion, and then different people like Marks and Spencer, some companies you may have heard of were there. And the one from Clifford Chance, large bank, he said, look, the world is so polarized that, and that's just coming in, you know, it's the same in different ways in the UK, but, you know, this is a challenge everywhere. He said, if our companies don't define the culture and what it means to work with each other across differences, the culture is going to come in and define our corporate culture. So he said, we need to get this right. And getting faith at work and the ways that we're talking about it is a critical business issue. So, you know, that was wouldn't it be great if the chairpersons of your companies would be in this room too? And CEOs, you know, people at that level having that discussion at a very serious, you know, taking these things seriously. So, you know, as you share, you know, just think, you know, how come we can do that in the UK? You know, what's that different openness? So, any comments you have? But Florian and Marcy Sweetland, I don't know if you drafted Florian to do this or you volunteered. But Florian was based in Geneva and a member of Faith Connect, their interfaith group, and stepped forward or was volunteered forward to coordinate this whole event we had in the UK. He'd never, and then I asked him, well, will you be the MC? So he had my job in the UK. And he said, I've never done that. You'll have to help me, but yes. and he was able to then lead the meeting, bring everything together, and the president of Equinix EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, Bruce Owen, used to be their chief people officer and based in California, and I had met him there. And then Bruce says, we've stayed in touch, and we had a meeting at Parliament that Bruce came to, and I asked Bruce, well, I was just telling, we need a location for next year's meeting in the UK. And then all of a sudden I saw Bruce on his phone. I thought, well, he's got important emails. But he was communicating with the staff, hey, can we hold it? Do we have enough space? And then a few minutes later he said, problem solved, you can have it at Equinix. And so, he's the big boss for that part of the world, and he got to see Florian perform spectacularly. And so right there, this faith initiative that Bruce supports, but it was a chance for personal, professional development, and that's one of the studies we had in the UK from the Radius Foundation, that they found that ERGs provide growth opportunities that would be unavailable otherwise to employees, and you were the case study. So what was it like, and why did Equinix do it? What did you learn from that? How did you feel it went?
Sure. Working. All right. It was an amazing opportunity for Equinix, and I think if we could do it again, we would do it again, and even across the world, maybe in India one day, if you need some place. But it was really important for Equinix to do it, and that was seen at a high level. As Brian mentioned, we had Bruce Owen, that is our EMEA president and our Face Connect sponsor, that was here also on the day, and it made it as important to be on the room and to be present and to participate. We, in Europe, you might have heard, but there was like some electricity stop on Spain, some France and Portugal, and that was just the day before the conference. We are the world's largest data center company. We have data centers in Spain, in Portugal, everywhere around the world. We have 270 data centers on 36 countries, and we run all the digital infrastructure, so everything is underpinned by what we run, from online banking to watching Netflix to critical emergency services. So the work we do, it's really important in the world that we run today. And our event was the day after a huge crisis, and Bruce Owen, our EMEA president, was present. I'm sure he had a lot better to do, things to discuss, things to manage as his level, but he was present. He made that meeting a priority. We also had in the room our UK managing directors that took as a priority to be in the room, to listen and to make the work a better place. So it was really important for Equinix, and it's not just me at my level or us at an ERG level that was like, oh, it's important to have that. It was from the top. As Brian mentioned, it was Bruce who said, hey, let's do that in our offices, and let's make it a success. So he sponsored it with his own budget. He gave us the resources to make it a success and to empower us to do that. And that was, I would say, pretty amazing from where I stand today, to have that support, not from just our ERG or amazing leader as Marcy, but really from our top business leader that say, I want us to be in the room, and I want us to make that a success and to share that with the people around. And our business, it's mainly interconnection. We interconnect company together. We are really that infrastructure that connects everything, and that's flow also in our peoples and in what we do. And during that meeting, we have been able to interconnect a lot of companies together, a lot of people together. I personally found that amazing. It was my first experience for me, as it's my first experience to be on a panel here, thanks to Brian. But it was just amazing to see all of this connection make, and I'm really happy to see that again today in that conference, to see those connections that are making and how we can together just build a better place, a better workplace, a better world together. So that was really what I felt and what I see from Equinix and my management in EMEA.
And you really were a rock star. And, you know, it was even for me, you know, like I have to run around and take care of lots of details and keep them in my mind. And it was just great to see somebody else have that great experience, because it's a way to serve, it's a way to help. And I'm glad you did such a good job with that. So I want to go to Jack. So Jack, you work sort of at this intersection of society where you're trying to make social change that's good. And so this new initiative, Free for All, that is going to help sort of do the role that the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation does here in the US. So I'll be a senior consultant for the project, but they'll do this Free for All initiative and then give the support underneath to help incubate and really get this Faith at Work initiative going. So tell us, you know, a little bit about that and anything else that you'd like to share about, you know, thinking of how things work differently and how you can work differently and have different kinds of inroads to success in the UK.
Thanks, Brian, and good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's really good to be here. My body clock is not sorted out.
Not for us. It's not morning for us.
Yeah, so really excited to be working with Brian and the team here to think about how we can learn from, build on, replicate the success here, and hopefully in 4 or 5 years we'll be saying we're at our 6th annual conference for Faith and Work at the UK. So as Brian said, I work for an organisation called Good Faith Partnership. We are in the business of trying to help solve some of the biggest challenges in the world, and enabling people to live with dignity, to be themselves. I love that point in one of the sessions earlier this morning about fitting in is about changing who you are, and belonging is about being able to be who you are all the time. And I think that's really important. And one of those areas that we think is really important is religious freedom, or freedom of religion and belief, as we would call it in the UK. We have, for quite a long time, helped to support the UK Freedom of Religion and Belief Forum, which is the sort of key civil society stakeholder group for bringing people together to hold government to account, and make sure that the UK government is doing its very best to be an advocate for religious freedom around the world. As Brian mentioned, we've also sort of since started to work together and thinking about what does the Faith at Work landscape look like in the UK, how can we get more organisations, more companies on board with that. And we sort of seen these two areas emerging alongside another issue, which is the issue of good education around freedom of religion and belief. And, in recent years, community tensions, religious conflict, hate crimes, all on the rise in the UK, around Europe. And you kind of look at that alongside issues of a declining number of young people attending places of worship, diminishing emphasis on faith and belief in the school curriculum, declining religious literacy among those in public office, and so on. That's a pretty dangerous combination. If you had your risk register, that would definitely be in the amber red column, I would say. And so kind of thinking about these three areas holistically, we wanted to say, well, is there something we can do to bring those together, to kind of not see them in silos, and to kind of hopefully be a force multiplier on these issues. So we have created this new organization, this new charity called Free for All, really trying to see impact right across those three areas, create better integration across them, and hopefully see some really positive outcomes, whether that's helping UK government to be that advocate in international spaces, companies feel more comfortable, confident in enabling everyone in there who works for them to bring their whole selves to work, and then creating stronger educational strategies for schools, universities, and also kind of informal education pathways to help as many people as possible understand these issues and be ready to be kind of people who can engage with them. So that's what Free for All is all about.
And just just say a word or two about what's different about the UK government and the religious sort of the opportunities, the way the government and society is structured that give different opportunities than we would have here in the US?
Yeah, it's a really good question. As Brian said, I worked for the previous Archbishop of Canterbury. It is probably pretty strange to have religious, clergy also who are also legislators. I would say there's great strength in that. I was quite a strong advocate for it. They're the only members of the House of Lords with a constituency, although there's great benefits that many people in that house bring as well. And yeah, a much closer, more integrated relationship between faith and public life. Not simple, still pretty complex. And when there are external narratives that say, well, attendance, particularly church attendance, is declining. Why do we have one religion that's kind of apparently valued over others? Faith should become more private, etc. Certainly is challenging, but also I think people are just more used to, particularly Christian and particularly Anglican demonstrations of public worship, whether that's in our big civic moments, right down to kind of public worship, worship in schools, daily worship in schools, which again I think are very different from the context here. So there's a complex relationship, I think, but I think that has potentially had a knock-on effect in the particularly in the private sector, of people being concerned about some of those things and wanting to put it into probably just put it into the too difficult box and sort of ignore it and say that's fine if you're a person of faith, but we leave that at the door and so on. But actually, I think that is starting to shift, and I don't know whether that is because there is just a different experience of faith and religion in the UK, or whether because some of the great arguments, kind of research and so on around the value that doing that work has is kind of something that's working there. But yeah, it's a really interesting one. I mean, one point I just did want to make is Johnny Reynolds, the Secretary of State for Business. When he was appointed, when he became a member of the cabinet, one of the roles that he actually had to give up, I think very sadly, was effectively being the chair of the Christian ERG for the Labour Party. He'd done that for sort of 10 years, and that was a really important group, and actually all of the major political parties have that, whether it's for, I know they all have a Christian group, many all have a Muslim group, a Jewish group, etc. Even that's just kind of embedded in our politics as well, of people, of bringing that, people say that the emergence of the Labour Party had more to do with the Methodist Church than socialism, but so it's ingrained in our politics as well as our in that way, in the development of our political parties and so on. So yeah, I just affirming what Johnny said about how important his faith is, and how important it is to support others in his political community, to be able to bring that into their work as well.
Well, thank you. So, Vinod, you're from India, but have been working in the UK for a long time, decades, I think.
13 years.
13 years. 13 years, and we got to know each other because of the work I'm doing with this Maharashtra Institute of Technology, which is MIT, World Peace University, and there's some bridges there. Later this evening at the dinner, we're going to be giving the Global Business and Interfaith Peace Award to the executive president of the university, which you're an advisor for him. As you think, so India is complex. There's a lot of rising nationalism. We just had nearly a very hot war between Muslim majority Pakistan, Hindu majority India, but India has the second or third largest Muslim population in the world.
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
And so India is complex, and there's a lot of tensions there, many things to work on. But this university has the largest dome in the world, and they call it the World Peace Dome. It's bigger than St. Peter's, St. Paul's. The dome is larger than that, and underneath it, they have 30-foot tall bronze statues of religious leaders from around the world, from around different faiths. And the motto of the university is the unification of science and technology is what can bring peace. So as you, and they're committed to interfaith, and it's really mostly the university leaders are Hindu, and yet, they're reaching out and trying to build this pluralism. So, tell us about that and, that initiative, but then also, this link with the UK, link with the US, so how these links can work together.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vinod. I'm based in London. Like Brian mentioned, I'm an advisor to the Maharashtra Institute of Technology, World Peace University, as well as I'm a marketing professional based out of London. I think it's fascinating. If you take India per se, India has a huge history of unity in diversity. About 2,500 years ago, an ancient Indian poet called Kaniyan Pungundranar, he actually said, Yadum Ure Yavarum Kelir in Tamil, which actually means all towns are one and everybody is our kith and kin. And he said this about 2,500 years ago. And further, India has always believed in the concept of what we call as Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, which means the world is one family. And further, about 150, 160 years ago, I think in 1865, in the World Parliament of Religions in Chicago, Swami Vivekananda said, the union of science, religion, and spirituality alone can bring peace to mankind. So this has been a constant thread in India, and that is exactly what the World Peace University and the founders have sort of imbibed on. So the university started as an engineering college about 40 years ago, and right from its inception, we had a subject which was taught to all students, irrespective of discipline, called human dynamics. And now we've got a peace curriculum wherein the university across engineering, management, architecture, design, every student actually goes through a 6-credit program on peace and religion. And now further working with Brian, the Department of Education in the university have, really taking it to the grassroots level, wherein they are developing, they're going to schools, and the pilot program is already completed. The team will be sharing later today. The pilot program with about 3,200 students. They're going to schools to teach them, faith and business skills and the link between that. We're talking about curiosity and encouraging that amongst children, because if you do this at a grassroots level, then it becomes much easier as people go into organizations and, leadership roles. But the one similarity, Brian, I see is with the university, it is the leadership. Dr. Karad and Rahul, who's going to be getting the award later today, they sort of lead these initiatives from the front. And the similarity that we see in UK, last month I was there at the conference, is be it Equinix, be it Baringa, a lot of other organizations, the leaders are taking that initiative because it needs to come from the top. I think that's a huge similarity with, in fact, last year when we were at the House of Commons for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on FORB, I think there we saw Baroness Verma, other people, who are the leaders, who are taking an active interest. And that's something which is a unifying thread, because the minute the leadership gets involved, then they're able to galvanize the entire sort of people around them. And I think as far as India is concerned, like you said, it's got the largest Hindu population, obviously over 1 billion. There are over 200 million Muslims, which is the second largest in the world. about 30 million Christians and an equal number of Sikhs. So 30 million Christians, again, will be more than the population of many European countries put together. So, like they say in India, opposites are not contradictory, they're complementary. We sort of try and work this whole concept of unity and diversity is something that we really follow. And in the current political climate, we feel that if we are able to, as a university, being in the education space, if we are able to catch people young, we'd be doing sort of great service. And like Jack mentioned, church attendance is declining in the West. Actually, what I see is in India, attendance in religious places is actually increasing across, be it churches, temples. The crowds are only increasing by the day. So hopefully we'll be able to channelize everything in the right direction.
What you said about the leaders. One of our speakers in London was the general counsel for the Bank of England, and she's like number 2 in charge of the Bank of England, and she just spoke about how important it is to make their workplace religiously inclusive, faith-friendly, and she had all kinds of examples. That leading from the front is so important, and connecting education. So I think that's one of the challenges we'll have in this session with the Indian professors after lunch is could any of your ERGs think of maybe we could try to do some things in the community or using that curriculum, or is there some CSR money that you might be able to support training teachers to do it in other places? Building these bridges between business, government, society, those are the things that we're working on, across, at least in the UK, India. So, Patrick, we sort of drafted you onto this panel, but as you reflect on how you encounter people in the workplace in the UK, and what you know of the US, are there any lessons, any similarities, any differences that you might want to comment on?
Yeah, I think my area of work is really trying to address the sort of mental health crisis that we're seeing in the workplace. I think I mentioned yesterday that in the UK we lose 17 million days a year to poor mental health. So it's costing the economy something like £56 billion. And I think people are starting to wake up to the fact that actually health is holistic. That we need to start talking about mental, emotional, spiritual, social and physical health. And so it's really interesting for me, Brian, because what often happens is I speak in a lot of different faith contexts, either at a church or an interfaith program, and I can see the people there, particularly in church, going, oh, maybe I could invite him into my workplace, because I've never invited anyone from a faith background into my workplace before. And I think the issue is around confidence. It's confidence around, can we invite someone and they understand the context of communicating in a work context, mentioning faith, but not proselytizing or not taking it too far. And I think where I've seen the value is when we've started to understand is that people always belong before they believe. And actually what is happening in companies is where we're doing this well, is where we're creating opportunities for people to really belong. And whether you have faith or no faith, these issues affect all of us. And the interesting thing is that the number one topic I'm always invited into businesses to talk about is resilience. And the interesting thing is when I talk about resilience, is everyone thinks there's resilience, the ability to bounce back. That's how a lot of people describe resilience as, will the economy bounce back? Will education, bounce back? In England, we keep on saying, will Prince Harry come back? But we won't talk about that. And, but when you look at actually the depth of the research on resilience isn't about bouncing back, it's about bouncing forwards. It's about taking the good and the bad and the difficult and actually how do we move forwards? And I think what you guys are doing is amazing. Relationship is always key. Relationship nurtures the belief that change is possible. I think Jim Wallace, he was the person who said that our faith is always personal but never private. And I feel like in the UK, we need to be more confident in our faith. And so, you know, I think at the UK conference, one of the things that really hit me was a gentleman who said, you know, we can have Christmas and Easter, we can respect Ramadan and a lot of the other festivals, but we're not allowed to sometimes talk about why these are some of the most important things in our lives. And I think that's where we've got to move to. And I think there is a fear of that. But I think when people are allowed to express their faith, we know, you know, relationships change, people move, belonging happens. And people want to be part of a movement. I think the other thing I would say that's happened a lot in the UK is charities, CSR, NGOs have really affected businesses in a really positive way. When I started in the charitable sector 35 years ago or something ridiculous, I look a lot older than I am, and I remember the discrimination was huge. Like, I couldn't get funding from anywhere. And but now 1 in 3 charities in the UK are faith-based. You can't discriminate now because they are some of the most effective charities doing what they do. I said to the former Prime Minister, we had this conversation, and I said to him 3 things about faith groups you need to understand. Number 1 is we are in every community across this country. We have an infrastructure that you would die for. We literally have the best infrastructure. We have mosques, we have churches, we have synagogues, we have temples. It's incredible, the infrastructure of the faith community. Number 2, and I had to say this with a little bit being gentle, we will be there when you're gone. We will still be loving and serving at the poor and the marginalized and the broken and doing food banks and serving educational and marginalized kids and looking after mums and tots way before you're retired. And then the third thing, and this is the most important thing for me actually, is faith isn't just about making people feel good about themselves. It's an internal change that means that you know that you belong. And when people know they belong, they respond so differently. It's an internal transformation that we're looking for. And this particular Prime Minister just looked at me. I won't mention his name, but he had blonde hair and he didn't comb it very often. And he just went, brilliant. But I think the challenge is for confidence. The challenge is to keep reaching out and to keep going to the margins. You know, I feel like that's what Christ said. You know, you go to the poor, the broken, the marginalized, and it's the same across every faith group. When you do that, when you do the right thing, then actually the people will start asking questions and we'll start to see change.
Well, that's a great note to end on. And all of us are here. We now have lunch and we'll have some time for networking. So I encourage you during the time, you know, if there's one of the folks that you'd like to follow up with, learn a little bit more, you know, all of us are there to chat and talk. So I hope this was interesting, helpful, give you a little bit of a perspective of how this is working in other places and how we're trying to navigate the challenges. They're different here in the U.S., but you know, I think there's some good innovations that that we're seeing in the UK, and that sort of Lord Russ Rook. So he used to just be Russ Rook, and then he got promoted to the House of Lords, who formerly was doing what Jack was doing, and I forgot where I was going with that. I completely lost my train of thought. Anyhow, Russ, you'll have to tell Russ I blanked when I was going to tell an anecdote about him. Yeah, but you know, Russ their Labor Party is like our Democratic Party. You know, there's sort of less faith involvement on the Labor Party, but Russ is their faith, really leading the faith initiatives within the Labor Party. So you know, working across these different ways with these different people, you know, hopefully think through, you know, what else can we do, you know, besides just having a faith-based ERG. Sumreen often says, you know, ERGs are not the goal. You know, there's bigger goals. And Paul and Ava in the previous session, they talked about why they're doing this. And you know, for the Religious Freedom Business Foundation, you know, for me, you know, as for me, my faith, Christian, you know, the 2 great commandments, Jesus asked, well, what are they? And to love God and to love your neighbor. And then when asked, who's your neighbor, he gave this story of the Good Samaritan, who was a foreigner with a foreign religion. Jesus would be sort of controversial, you know, in these days, whatever examples he'd give. But for me, you know, that standing up for each other's right for religious freedom is a way to love our neighbor. So I think, you know, tap into those reasons you're doing. Think through, you know, be able to, who was it in one of the panels this morning, you know, be able to have an answer, you know, think through you express why it's so important that you're able to bring your faith to work. So thank you, everyone, and bon appetit for lunch. Good afternoon. Testing. Good afternoon. So this afternoon we have a very special panel, and I'm only going to give a very brief introduction, but I would like to welcome the panelists who have come in, and they have, I think, Johnny, you have a meeting at the White House. I heard that you might get pulled away, so these folks might get pulled away to different meetings. So first I want to welcome you to the Catholic University of America. I don't know if you've been here many times before or any times before, but this is the Catholic University of America, and it was founded by Pope Leo the 13th. So Pope Leo took a challenge. He saw the biggest challenge of his time, more than a century ago, was the Industrial Revolution and how it dehumanized workers. Now, Pope Leo XIV took that name, as he has said, because he sees AI as the biggest challenge. So we have a pope who founded this university at a time when the realization was that we needed to bring faith, spirituality, values, morals to the discussion of this industrial revolution. And that's what this panel is committed to. So welcome to this university. Dean Andrew Abella, unfortunately, has an off-site with all the faculty, and there's no students here. This is a week after the graduation, but we're so glad to welcome you here. And I'll only give a very brief introduction, and they'll introduce themselves. But on this panel, you have an evangelical leader, you have a practicing Muslim from Microsoft, and you have a singing scientist. Now, I've set him up. He said, well, only if you prompt me am I going to bring in music. But an MIT scientist who's really concerned about morality and the morals, or should I say the lack of morals guiding this thing. And then we also have Will Jones from the Future of Life Institute, which Max founded. And so I'm going to turn it over to Will to moderate and help us. We've got a lot of different identities up here on the stage with a lot of convictions, but all united by this concern about AI. Will, thank you.
Start with a Catholic. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, a very new Catholic, I must say, having grown up Anglican. I think I will start actually where Brian left off, and thank you, Brian, for hosting this, with the words that the newly elected Pope Leo XIV explained his name choice. He said, this was mainly because Pope Leo XIII, in his historic encyclical Rerum Novarum, addressed the social question in the context of the first great industrial revolution. In our own day, the Holy Father went on, the Church offers to everyone the treasury of her social teaching in response to another industrial revolution and to developments in the field of artificial intelligence that pose new challenges for the defense of human dignity, justice, and labor. And as the lead of FLI's Religions Initiative, which supports religious leaders and groups to tackle the implications and risks of this revolution, I see a steady increase in religious efforts to address AI, and we'll be hearing about one of them new today. Often this involves either the very specific practical questions of how should we use ChatGPT, should we use it to write sermons, and so on, or the very, I would say, interesting academic quandaries around, can AI be conscious? Can AI ever be intelligent as we are? What does it mean to be a human anyway? But the relationship between AI and religious liberty, which you might say falls somewhere between those two, in that it's a very deep question, but also a very practical one, with implications for policy and for religious leaders, is actually less explored. You might not have seen many panels with those two phrases put next to each other, and I think that's a shame. And I think we're here to address that today, in part. And I think it's a vital discussion because AI, as you'll all be aware, is starting profoundly to affect all areas of our lives. A recent Harvard Business Review study showed that the most common public use of generative AI models is now companionship. And third place is now finding purpose. And I say this partly because I know as people of faith, these are two things that we think are, tend to be, essential to human relationships, to deeper meaning that we find in our own faiths. And the pastoral challenge there is eminent. And I think also gets to the importance of there being religious representation within the people who are developing, within the groups that are developing these models and deciding how we're going to use them. But I also think, as well as a challenge, this moment does hold a unique opportunity for religious groups. Religious perspectives are still largely ignored and unheard in AI discourse, but that can change. And I think the need for deeper wisdom to guide how we develop and use AI, and the question of what we are building it for, becomes clearer each day. And the new administration has shown a serious commitment already to valuing religious perspectives, most notably with the White House Faith Office and the establishment of the new Religious Liberty Commission. I think we can build on this moment. And one final thought from me is that I think the question of freedom of religion is both an indicator of the broader status of freedom in a society and a sort of canary in the coal mine if things are starting to go wrong, but it's also the guarantor of true diversity of opinion, a diversity that extends down into the depths of one's fundamental values, raising the perennial challenge of how can communities with entirely different worldviews coexist and flourish in that coexistence. And I posit that if we can get this challenge right with AI, that will put us in great stead to address all the other challenges that AI poses for us. Luckily, we have three human minds of great experience to address that for us. And so I'll start by introducing them. First, we have Suhail A. Khan. Suhail Khan serves as Director of External Affairs at Microsoft Corporation and a Senior Fellow at the Institute for Global Engagement. Khan serves as a policy advisor and counsel on Capitol Hill, and was a senior political appointee with the Bush administration, where he served in the White House and as an advisor for 2 cabinet secretaries. He was awarded the US DOT's Secretary's Team Award in 2005 and the Gold Medal for Outstanding Achievement in 2007. Finally, Khan was awarded the Young Conservative Coalition's Buckley Award in 2010. And then next along we have Max Tegmark, AI professor and researcher at MIT, and the founder and president of the Future of Life Institute, FLI, for which I also work. Tegmark's most recent AI safety research focuses on mechanistic interpretability and provably safe AI. He is the author of over 300 publications, as well as the New York Times bestsellers Life 3.0, Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. In 2023, Time magazine named him one of the 100 most influential people in AI. Last but not least, on the end there, we have Reverend Johnny Moore. Johnny is the founder and president of the JDA Worldwide and president of the Congress of Christian Leaders. He was twice a presidential appointee to the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, serving both during the Biden and Trump administrations. Previously, Reverend Moore was Senior Vice President and Campus Pastor at Liberty University and Chief of Staff and Vice President of Faith Content for the United Artists Media Group in Hollywood. And I think we'll start with Johnny, as he has some very exciting news just hot off the press literally today, which I think will start to get us thinking about AI and religion and the role that religious groups can and should start to play within AI. But Johnny, I'll let you spill the beans.
Well, before I do so, let me just thank all of you for being here, and thank Brian, the visionary work of many years ago, creating the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation. I mean, if we were in this situation now, having to create an institution like this to convene leaders like those that are here today, we'd be much further behind. I mean, we're quite behind on AI, but this is an unbelievable event, and I'm so honored to be here. Though I have to say, this whole time when I saw Pope Leo drive, I was admiring the agility of this Catholic university to immediately change the street signs. And then I also, as I was walking around seeing what everyone was drinking, I noticed that there was tea, and there were 2 types of tea. One of them was chamomile tea, and it was almost entirely empty. And so I hope everyone stays awake, during our conversation today. Before I talk about what we're launching today, let me just give some preliminary observations. And here's the first one. You don't have to be religious to appreciate the role of religion as a type of wisdom compounding over the centuries. And frankly, one of the reasons why we have a lot of ground to make up is because there are plenty of people, institutions, largely geographically centered in places like Silicon Valley, that long ago embraced an idea that there was a conversation that should be secular and a conversation that should be religious, and they cannot commingle. And we're in a potentially perilous situation because there isn't enough information in the system, okay? Because religion has a lot to say about human beings. In fact, you might even argue that we have a type of peace treaty that has emerged between religion and science. And it didn't happen because of the religious side of the discussion. It happened because of science. The science, because of this age of intelligence that we're entering in, has forced the conversation to address the issues that were once thrown off for the philosophers and the theologians to argue about all day. What is a human being? What is agency? What is right? What is wrong? What is moral? What isn't? And it puts us in a situation where we have a dearth of moral leadership when it comes to this discussion. And yet lots of religious language. When you read the Techno-Optimist Manifesto as a religiously trained theologian, I was struck by the fact that the phrase "we believe" occurs more than 100 times in this document. And yet, as a religious person, institutionally religious person, at a Catholic university, you can be an evangelical like me, the second largest, I'm sorry to say, in the realm of Catholicism, our dear friends of the Catholic Church, but now the second largest Christian community around the world. When you as Catholics, or we as evangelicals, or my friends as Muslims, or any religious community, when we start using the phrase "we believe," that is the capstone of centuries of theological work, of thinking, of arguing, of debating, of coming to a conclusion. These are not arbitrary terms. These are terms that are pregnant with historic memory, with meaning, with wisdom. And we don't have enough of that in this equation. So much so that we actually have people thinking about a totally irrational idea, which is, should we take risks that could mean that we could create machines that no human being has any idea as to how they're going to control it? Like, this is insane that some people are even willing to contemplate such an idea. And yet what we're saying today is, at the Congress of Christian Leaders, is you can be both an optimist, even an accelerationist, and you can be an alarmist at the same time. You can both be 100% for the advance of this technology and for countries like the United States and our democratic allies and those who share our values, for us to win this competition. And yet have clear eyes that we are entering into absolutely unprecedented territory that risks the life of every human being on planet Earth. And as part of that, one of the things that we've done today, if you go to christianaIletter.org, is we're inviting Christian leaders and those who aren't Christians but want to join in solidarity to sign a letter which we'll deliver to the President of the United States. I have no problem delivering messages to the White House. It's true, I'll be at the White House later today, not about this, about something else. But we think it's very, very important to allow anyone that wants to add their name to this message that they are heard as well. And I want to invite everyone to go to christianaIletter.org. You can read it here. At the end of this, I'll sign it. But it's very, very clear. It makes a very, very clear message. We are for science. We are for innovation. Don't slow down. And yet at the same time, we have to look with clear eyes about the threats facing all of us if we don't get this right. And sometimes what moral leadership says, what they would be saying if there were more religious leaders in the conversation in Silicon Valley and our corporations and government and all of these things, we would be saying the most important question is sometimes not what can I do, the question of commerce, or the question of security. The most important question is not what can I do, it's what should be done.
Thank you. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it's very, very exciting. As someone who's working with religious leaders on AI, to see something like this come together is, and hope that many Christian leaders are encouraged to sign it. Max, I think we'll go to you next. To you're coming at this from the science side of that sort of truce, and maybe you could talk a bit about why you feel that there is also a need for religious leadership here, particularly when you look at the emerging risks of the latest AI models.
Thank you. Does this work? I promise to switch back in a bit. I'm so honored to be here today. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm so delighted by the moral leadership that you're showing here and taking a stand on this. I first want to just agree with what you said about science and religion, and bringing in a quote from Albert Einstein from his essay on science and religion, where he says that religion without science is lame, and science without religion is blind. And what he means by that is that religion, not lame in the way the teenagers use it today, but lame in the sense that you don't have muscles. That science gives muscles to religion. Science gives technology that lets one do more good things. Whereas when he says science is blind, what he means by that is science doesn't tell you. I'm the first to admit there's not a single equation we've ever discovered that tells you what's good and what's evil. Science can never answer these questions. And if scientists pretend that they can somehow derive from principles of science what is morally good and what is bad, they're just BSing you. They sometimes couch their language in religious terms. The essay from Dario Amodei you quoted is even titled Machines of Loving Grace. I view it as kind of obnoxious to just try to appropriate religious language for his personal money-making agenda. The truth is, we have to have a moral compass. We have to have moral leadership, and it's not going to come from any calculations from scientists. And as a scientist, the reason I was singing a little tune there in the beginning is because, raise your hand if you've ever heard of Tom Lehrer. He used to teach math at MIT way back in the 60s and 70s, but he was absolutely hilarious and making these dark, humorous songs. And my favorite one is where he makes fun of Werner von Braun, who used to work for Hitler to build missiles to fire on London, and then switched to helping the Americans without any compunction. And I'm just going to inflict a little bit of it on you. So, listen round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. A Nazi schmatzi, says Werner von Braun. And it goes on, and then comes my favorite part. Once the rockets go up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. This sadly wasn't just something that applied to this guy. I see so much of it in my science colleagues today at universities and very much in the AI companies also. People are building these incredibly powerful technologies just to make a buck or because they think it's cool. And when I ask them, well, why are you doing this? Aren't you going to take some responsibility for how it's used? They say, oh, it's not my department. And that's why we need to talk about that here. That's why we need more leadership. Because the fact of the matter is, during the Industrial Revolution, scientists figured out how to make machines that were faster than us and stronger than us. And we humans responded by shifting more from muscle jobs to brain jobs, and it worked out okay in the end. Now, scientists are figuring out how to build machines that can outthink us and do all jobs better than us. It might sound like a really stupid idea. Why would you want that? But if you go to, for example, OpenAI's website, it says right there that the goal of the company is to build machines that can automate all economically valuable work. This is the goal. And for many years, at least we thought we had 50 years more before we had to worry about this, because AI was chronically overhyped ever since the 50s. It always took longer than people thought. But for the last 4 years, it's been underhyped. 5, 6 years ago, almost every professor I knew thought that we were decades away from having machines that could master language and knowledge at the level of ChatGPT 4. Oops, they were all wrong. We already have it, right? And now many of these, in fact, all of the CEOs that I know of from these companies are predicting that we're between 2 and 5 years away from accomplishing this goal that they've stated, to basically make human labor obsolete. And if you think that's bad, there's even worse, which is that ever since the beginning of AI in the 1950s, Alan Turing pointed out that if we make basically not just new tech, like the steam engine or the internet, but if you make machines that can do all our jobs better than us, that includes the job of building robot factories, building robots, making better AI. We're basically building a new species that can outcompete us in every way. And Turing warned us then that the default outcome there is we just lose control. You don't have to take his word for it either, but the Nobel laureate who won the Nobel Prize just last fall for AI, Jeff Hinton, said the machines are going to take control. That's where we're heading towards. And to come back to the letter, one incredibly important sentence in the letter says that what we want are AI tools that empower us, help us cure things like cure diseases, make us prosperous, healthy, wealthy, strong as a nation, etc. That's what everybody wants. What we do not want is just making some sort of uncontrollable alien things that can just entirely make us obsolete and replace us. Why would we want that? We are currently in the position of having this responsibility of being stewards for our planet, stewards of Earth. Why would we ever want to just abdicate all responsibility and try to replace ourselves? I think this will happen, turn out in a good way, that we will end up instead building tools, and it will happen because of the moral leadership of people like you, who are really giving courage to everybody else to speak up and steer this in a good direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Suhail, we're not expecting you to sing as well. Don't worry. You can if you like, of course. But I'd love for you to give us a sense of, you've done so much work in the policy space, and particularly on the questions of religious liberty. And now, obviously, within Microsoft, looking at these sort of emerging trends within tech. What do you feel are some of the concerns for religious liberty, and how those questions are evolving with the new AI systems that are coming in, and then maybe some of the opportunities as well, but we can start with the concerns, I think.
Sure. Well, thank you, Will. And again, I want to echo the gratitude that was expressed by my co-panelists, especially to Brian, for convening all of you today and for you spending some time to discuss this important issue. And it probably comes as no surprise, as the one person who's at a large tech company, that I'm in radical agreement with my co-panelists as to their assessment as to where we are and our excitement and our apprehension when it comes to the emergence of AI in our lives. So I'll say a few things. First, just to kind of do a level set of what is AI. and kind of what it isn't. Just about 2 years ago, we weren't really, smart people like Max were talking about it, but average people like myself. And I should say, just full disclosure, I've been at the company for 15 years. I didn't get the internet until about 2 years ago. I got through undergrad and law school without a computer. I still don't own one. So I'm not a tech evangelist by any means, and I'm not an early adopter. I was the guy in the elevator at my condo that still had the red envelopes from Netflix up until 2 years ago. So, but I am obviously somebody, as Will noted, who cares about public policy and cares about our country and the human condition. And when Microsoft recruited me 15 years ago and convinced me that I would be able to work in that space, I wasn't exactly sure if that was true, but it has proven true. And so I'm enjoying my time at Microsoft. And 2 years ago we weren't even talking about AI, and then all of a sudden, about 2 Christmases ago, suddenly that became something that was being introduced through OpenAI, as Max mentioned in his remarks. And suddenly we were off to the races with other companies getting engaged very publicly with their offerings of AI. So why are we here, first of all? There's 3 things that have come together to allow for artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, to be something that all of us can have and have access to in our very pockets or our purses or and beyond. So the first is that human knowledge, a vast amount of human knowledge has been digitized, right? We take that for granted when we do a Google or a Bing search for some information that's now been digitized, and not just up-to-date information that's occurring around us, in our lives this week, next week, but also information that occurred thousands, if not hundreds of years before. And that information continues to be digitized at more and more of a faster clip. The second is that we have these amazing computers, these supercompute ability to comb through all of that knowledge that has been digitized. I'm not just talking about servers that support your Instagram or your Gmail account, but massive computational facilities that are very expensive, of which there are only a handful right now in the country. So for example, Microsoft, we have one, and it's in Iowa. OpenAI uses that facility. Meta doesn't have one, so they use our facility. Amazon, Google have their own. Other countries like the UAE have their own, because they cost $20, $30 billion to build these, and so they're not something that can just be built overnight, and they take up lots of land. They need water to cool them. You keep hearing about NVIDIA chips. That's where those chips are going. That's where those chips are going. Those NVIDIA chips that were originally made for video games are now being used for this purpose. And the third piece of what brings us to where we are today is that you have the software, the LLM, the large language model software that we now talk about and hear about. OpenAI, again, was one of the first companies to bring that out to the market. And that's that software that's able to comb through all that knowledge using that supercompute power to not only just give you an answer, what's the best pizza around Catholic University, but to say, I want you to write a 10-page memo about the pizza around Catholic University with particular focus on, older place. I mean, you can give it all kinds of prompts that give you something very bespoke that has never been written before, and in seconds it'll put together something very cogent that you can use and build upon. So that's what we're talking about. We've been using AI for years. If you have facial recognition on your phone, if you've used GPS or your Uber drivers use GPS, all this is forms of AI. We're talking about the latest generation. Now, what I'll say is that, like any technology before, it's a tool. And a tool can be used for good, or it could be used as a weapon. A basic rock or a hammer can be used to build a home. It can be used to break a window or hurt somebody. It's up to the agency of the individual as to how they use that tool. I think what we're raising here as a concern is that this power of AI, which has been said, I was just talking to some folks before the panel, I was talking to an oncologist the other day who uses AI to find cancerous cells in mammograms that he misses with his naked eye. That's life-saving, right? But it can be used for very dangerous and hurtful and harmful things, just as Max mentioned Wernher von Braun, or other scientists, Albert Einstein, that they recognized when it came to the nuclear age. That nuclear power can be used for amazing things, and we're still using it right now as a sustainable energy, but as we know, it can be used for horrific damage. So in the religious freedom space, as with any tool, it can be used as a positive, and religious freedom practitioners can use it as a tool to engage in furthering their work in promoting religious freedom, or it can be used particularly by governments to persecute. So facial recognition, for example, is being used by governments, we know now, to persecute religious minorities around the globe, right? And so that brings back to the question that we've all discussed, and that as with any tool, with any new technology, there need to be guardrails, and those guardrails need to be placed by very sensitive and cogent and thoughtful human beings, and I would argue, particularly in a democratic society, that those voices need to come together to decide what those guardrails are. We live in a republic where we have a democratic process where we can make decisions as to how anything, including technology, can be used in a very meaningful way. At Microsoft, we prefer the term responsible AI because we want to build in a responsible use even before we're being forced to by government. But we recognize that government still needs to have a role. And where we set those parameters, for example, if you're talking about 8th graders using AI in a classroom, that's probably up to teachers and parents and a local school board. But if you're using AI to regulate your water grid, your electrical grid, nuclear power, your national security, then you definitely need federal government intervention and a role. And again, that has to be informed by a democratic society. And then even going further, what I would argue, just as we have done not as well as we would like when it comes to the nuclear context, there may be even, I would argue, room for a technological Geneva Convention, as it were, including when it comes to the application and deployment of AI, particularly when it comes to things like health, war, religious freedom, religious practice, where there should be some international consensus at what is the right way to deploy that technology. There will always be outliers. There'll always be those that will break the rules or use it for evil, but at least they will be isolated and they can be called out for their misuse of the technology. But this is a process that we have to engage in, and it's very important that people of faith bring that information to this conversation so that these decisions are made in a very thoughtful manner.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I saw both Johnny and Max nodding towards the end there, especially. I think maybe we'll go there in terms of how can religious groups come into that process now. And Johnny, I think especially if we start with you, now we have this statement as maybe your sort of starting point. What's next for religious groups? How can they be trying to inform this process of being more responsible about the tech that we develop and how we use it?
It's almost more of a stakeholder discussion than it is the principles.
Yeah.
'Cause I think there's definitely some non-obvious thinking that should go into the equation, but when it comes to like issues of religious freedom and pluralism ought to be a central pillar in the decision-making process. We have to think about things like what do parental controls mean in different countries around the world? That have. Are we going to fragment society by some of these lessons we didn't learn from the beginning of social media? I think it's also important, that all of us recognize that when we've had disruptive technologies like this in the past, it's worth a pause for a second. They were almost always followed by vast global conflict. And in a huge portion of my life, I spend a lot of my effort working with religious leaders to de-escalate conflict and do peacemaking around the world. And there's sort of early indicators that you see. And so I think aside from just sort of the very, very obvious things, I think part of our challenge is that people just aren't in the equation to recognize it when it pops up. And I would also say that one of the reasons why we're doing this letter to the President of the United States is President Trump is the single most consequential American president when it comes to AI, because he is at the single most consequential moment when it comes to this technology. Okay? And this cannot be exclusively a commercial conversation. It can't be exclusively a security conversation. You know, it has to be much broader than that. There are lots of other, you know, specific examples, but we can maybe talk about that more in the break-in.
Yeah, sure. Max, would you
Great.
like to?
Yeah, and I was very inspired by what you said, Sohail. I have one comment on the tool question, and then I want to say something nice about Microsoft. So I completely agree with you when you said that AI today is a tool. And we talked earlier about not conflating is with ought. I think we all agree that we want AI to continue to always be a tool. It ought to always be a tool. Now, it's important to realize that what the leading tech companies are saying that they're going to build between 2 and 5 years from now is more than a tool. That's where many of them want to go. Not Microsoft, I'll get to that. When they say they want to build agents that go out in the world, that agents that can replace basically all human workers. If you have robots that can do somebody's job, or you have a purely digital agent that goes out on the internet and makes $1 billion on the stock market and hires 100 people and is their boss and does Zoom calls with a deep fake avatar so the employees think they're talking to a human, and so you're going beyond the tool now. You have a machine that has goals and is actually executing on them in the world very independently. It's already happened. Mark Andreessen gave $50,000 to a random internet bot, and it went and made over $1 million on a meme crypto coin, and nobody had any idea what it was doing. So now, whether AI is a tool or not is just an is question. It is a tool. But as we go forward a few years, it's an ought question. And I'm very, very happy that this letter says very clearly it ought to always be a tool. In other words, we humans should build technology that serves us, that helps us cure diseases, solve problems, and do all the other things, rather than something that we just empower to go out and take random actions in the world. Now, I promised you something nice about Microsoft. Microsoft actually is quite different from the other companies if you look at it from a business lens. Because if you look at Meta, that runs Facebook, if you look at XAI, which not, lump it in with Twitter, you look at DeepMind with Google, they are all fundamentally ad companies. Their money comes primarily from selling advertising. So the product that they sell is you. They take your attention and they sell it to advertisers. That's their business model. Microsoft is quite different, and what you actually sell is tools. You will sell people office productivity products, etc., etc. You're not making most of your revenue at all from ads. So it's very much in your DNA to think of AI as being used for tools, because that's what your business is all about. And moreover, I'm very happy that you hired Mustafa Suleyman, who wrote a great book called The Coming Wave, where he very clearly lays out his preference, and that he basically runs a key part of Microsoft AI, right? Saying that AI, we want to always keep AI a tool, not build some kind of freaky alien replacement species dystopia, with it. So I think of you as the AI tool company, and I hope that this is how we will one day end up thinking about all of the AI companies, because they read the open letter and realize that that's the moral thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's also, it's also worth adding that we have to do proactive work so we don't have policy mistakes. I mean, and I know there are diverging views on everything, but we can't have a situation where because we haven't sufficiently educated the public, or because there's skepticism, because there's a bias towards secularism. By the way, being secular secular as a baseline does not mean neutral. Secular is a type of religion. You know, it's an exclusionary religion. Okay, everything's behaving like religion, by the way. You know, and it's very, very important that we do the proactive work. So in institutions like this great institution with this incredible new pope, who's an American nonetheless, who selected his name partly inspired by this age that we're entering in, we have to do the proactive work with our religious communities to endorse what your, say, companies are doing when it comes to using AI to find cures to diseases. Because what we can't have is because we haven't done the proactive work, we can't have a paranoia, an irrational paranoia in the wrong direction emerge. We haven't built a nuclear power plant in America in like 30 years until 5 minutes ago, because there was a policy consensus that made that impossible, and here we are desperate for energy, and all of a sudden like this, it all flips on a dime. We need scholars and religious leaders and theologians to say, like, this is good AI, this is bad AI. This tool improves, the human condition. This one threatens humanity, and we can't just rely on, those looking, for power or commercial benefit. The last thing I'll say is another thing that alarms me is we see two diverging sort of, I would say, theological points of view on AI. There's one that's very technocratic, a small group of people deciding for the rest of us what our future is going to be. But the other side of it is a very libertarian, sort of open source perspective that's going to have no guardrails at all. And whether you are religious or not, religion, one of the items of wisdom from religion is that we don't do well without guardrails. That's why we have the rule of law and systems around all these things. And it's almost like the guardrails are a passing thought. And they're not a passing thought. They're going to blow everything up if we don't get ahead of it.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to leave some time for audience questions, but I think I'll just throw one more at Suhail, which is that speaking of Microsoft and the way that it's regarding these questions, I think I'm right in saying there's some work there on improving the status of religious liberty and sort of ERGs within tech companies. Maybe you could speak a bit about that, and more broadly, how Microsoft is trying to take seriously these questions around guardrails at the company level, proactively.
Yeah, so kind of going back to that moment 2 years ago when AI became a thing, as it were, just as Johnny mentioned, we were very cognizant of the fact that when the internet became a thing, just as Johnny articulated, there was no downside. Right? It was going to connect all of us. It was going to help us, engage in commerce, and every e-commerce company was getting incredible amounts of investment, and we remember that dot-com bubble, right? And we didn't see around the corner to all the child predators and the scamsters and the cyber hacks and all the evil that now lurks on the internet, right? Because back then we were sold that this was just going to be rainbows and unicorns, and it was all upside. So we're very cognizant that with AI, we need to be from the very beginning cognizant of the potential harms of this technology. So yes, we're excited, and yes, we're a big investor in this technology, but we're also, I remember the meetings with the White House and others to say, we're asking for regulation. And this is probably the first time that a major corporation is coming to the government, to lawmakers, to say, regulate us. Because we know what we're building. And it is a tool, but it can be used as a weapon. And we think private companies should not be the only ones making the decisions when it comes to the governance of this technology. Again, we're going to be putting into place as best we can within our own company guardrails that will protect consumers when it comes to the use of this technology, but there are other companies out there, and that is the conversation that we're engaged in right now. To answer your question very specifically, Brian, the ERG space is something that many of you that are in corporate America are engaged in this space, and as Brian has been for years, this is something that is continuing to evolve. At Microsoft, the good news is that religious ERGs, Catholics at Microsoft, Muslims at Microsoft, evangelicals at Microsoft, are just being treated equally along with other groups. And so I know there are some who feel like there shouldn't be any ERGs, companies should just be engaged in the business of business, and why are they making these other types of that toothpaste is out of the tube, as it were. And so now that there are ERGs at groups, what many of us within the company are arguing, and Microsoft is taking that lead, is that all groups, whether it's an racial or ethnic group, or people who play hacky sack on campus, or whatever it might be, that they be treated equally when it comes to recognition, support, and funding and that's particularly because of the religious groups, because going back to the AI conversation, we have embedded within our AI development conversations with religious leaders. So, for example, Brad Smith, our president, met with the late Pope, Pope Francis, as we were talking about AI, to say, look, you, just as much as others, are a stakeholder when it comes to these conversations, because again, this is something that goes beyond just dollars and cents of a company. This is a technology that will be inherently disruptive. This is a technology that can be used for good, can be used for bad, and we need all voices in a democratic society to have a seat at the table to engage in the governance of this technology.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we have some time now for a few audience questions. Do we have microphones that we can pass around? Yeah, we'll start over here.
They have one.
Oh, we can start with you. Great, yeah.
Who wants a better one?
Thank you for that powerful presentation. I really appreciate it. I have a question. How do we incentivize guardrails when basically people say, well, how are we going to put guardrails around the Chinese who are developing the same thing? So there's this competition between American and Chinese developers.
Yeah, I think Max likes this question.
The same way we've done it again and again with many other technologies. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of thalidomide, for example. It was a drug given to pregnant women. It's supposed to help with morning sickness. It caused over 100,000 American babies to be born without arms or legs. That was one of the disasters that created the political will to create the FDA to put guardrails, safety standards. It wasn't because of the negotiation with the Chinese that we got the FDA. We did it out of self-interest. It so happens the Chinese also have their own FDA. They didn't do it to appease America. They did it because some similar tragedies had happened from reckless Chinese companies. So this is how I think this is going to play out as well with AI. The American government, hopefully the Trump government, will have imposed some basic safety standards to protect Americans. And the Chinese will do the same for their own reasons. And both governments will include in their requirements that nobody can build stuff that they're going to lose control over. The Chinese government, Xi Jinping certainly wants control. The last thing he wants to lose is that. We don't need to persuade them of this. And then once different countries have their own independent safety standards, they have a strong incentive to talk to each other now. Like the American FDA talks a lot to the EMA in Europe and so on to harmonize the rules to make it easier for American companies that are licensed here to quickly get to market there, and vice versa also with China. We'll see the same things sort of happening across the Pacific. And one more thing I just wanted to add is that you emphasize the point that we're going to continue going forward. No one is talking about stopping, right? And it's the same with all other technologies. It's like fire, for example. There was never a discussion, should we stop using fire? Are you for fire? Are you against it? Should we go forward on fire or not? It's a ridiculous question. The whole thing is what you said. What are good uses of it? What are bad uses? Right? If you look around in the room, I see a fire alarm there. I see a fire exit here. And if you look closely at that door, it opens outward, not inward. And there was a time when there was no such guardrail for fire. But then people thought about it and realized the wise way to manage this technology is to actually have these safety standards. That was part of the building code, Of course we're going to go forward with AI. Of course we're going to work on curing cancer with AI and making amazing autonomous vehicles that can save lives and all the other great things. But we're going to do it wisely. To do all the things that, as you said so well there, that benefit humanity and not the ones that harm us.
Yeah. Could we get the microphone up here? Do you still want to ask a question?
Well, it'll be an
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was the question. So given, I love that Microsoft is doing the guardrails regulatory, and which applies obviously for LLMs like Llama and ChatGPT, but is DeepSeek doing anything like that actively right now? And what would you, in follow-up to what you just said, do you envision like a coalition with the LLMs and like a UN type of thing, or what would you envision for that?
So I'll let others chime in. I think there's kind of two things that we're looking at right now. Just as been said, they're short of government regulation. There are standards, right? You guys are all familiar with UL, when it comes to electrical appliances and things. That's a non-governmental kind of standard body that, again, companies decided, look, we need to have some standards here so that when you insert a plug, that it all fits, right? You need the federal government to come and regulate and tell you that, or state government. People just determined on their own, companies decided on their own. And likewise, there are standards bodies in China, there are standards bodies in Europe, there are standards bodies in the United States that can regulate some level of standards when it comes to the promulgation of any type of technology. There is increased discussion about that when it comes to AI. But what I would argue, because of the potential dangers of AI and misuse of AI, that we need more than just standards. That we need something akin to a digital Geneva Convention, whereby all nations, private actors in those nations, will agree to certain uses of technology and not uses of this particular technology. Just as we do with nuclear weapons, just as we do when it comes to the rules of war. And again, there will be violators. And then there has to be a regime to police those violators and to punish those violators. And there'll be some that'll be beyond the scope of prosecution, right? That's unfortunate, the world that we live in. But you bring in some level of standard and then compliance to that standards. That's what we're going to, as we do, for example, in the nuclear conversation, we'll need in the AI conversation.
But it has to be proactive. I mean, we could face an AI 9/11 out of nowhere, or something much worse with much worse consequences. And I think, this is to simultaneously hold the two at the same time. We board, we got to innovate, we got to win, and we got to recognize how dangerous this is.
Sure. Do we have? Could we go up there? Just keeping you running around. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I use a great presentation, great topic, very trending. And I have a question. Like, a few decades ago, I was able to memorize 40, 50 phone numbers. Now, I guess with the phone, I just know one or two. So in terms of human capabilities, is there a way where we are going too much into technology and as a human being losing some capabilities? We just experienced 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago a blackout in Spain. No ATMs, no one was able to use their credit cards. So again, we love technology, we enjoy technology, we get thrilled with technology, but what will be the backup plan in case, now what?
Yeah, very interesting. Should we take another question and then we can just have the closing thoughts on it? Yeah, over here.
I thought the Werner von Braun thing was great. That's awesome, by the way. And the That's Not My Department it seems exactly what is going on today. One thing I just wanted to ask about that specifically is one of the That's Not My Department type things that seems to be going on specifically is that it used to be the case that people at labs thought that alignment equals capabilities, investment in alignment equals capabilities gains. And so they didn't want to invest specifically in things that would advance capabilities, and so they didn't want to invest too much in alignment that would advance capabilities, so instead just do evals and mech and terp. And now we're in this paradigm of just scaling as fast as we possibly can without deciding to go ahead and try to invest in alignment if we're going to be advancing capabilities as much as possible, it seems we might as well invest in the capabilities that would actually increase probability of alignment and decrease X risk. So curious what your guys' take on that is, especially given, like, even if that means you get agent AI instead of tool AI, if it's agent AI that's aligned, would that be necessarily bad, et cetera?
Yeah. I'm going to propose that, Max, you want to take the second question there? And then Johnny and Suhail, if you want to comment on this question around human capability? Or you can comment on either if you like.
Why don't we do them in the order they were asked? You go first.
Yes.
So we still believe that the humans have to be in charge. And that's why we've named our product Copilot, right? Which means you're the pilot. So we are trying to send a signal to users, you're still on the hook here. Don't think for a second you can ask them a question and then just walk away. You probably heard a few months ago there was an attorney who submitted a brief that had law cases that were completely made up by AI. You need to be sanctioned for that, right? You can't say it was, Llama's fault and, lock them up. So from the start to finish, you as a human being need to have that agency. And we feel that that is important as part of the technology. So again, we're going to see now in the marketplace different companies with different visions, and Max did a very good job of kind of talking about some of the unfortunate visions that some within industry have. And I would say societally we need to shame that type of thinking. And from a governmental perspective, again, as we said, we need to put in guardrails to prevent that type of autopilot type of from occurring. I'm old enough to remember the movie War Games, right? Where and that was something that, in a very kind of crude digital thing, Matthew Broderick was like, oh my God, like we're gonna start a nuclear war. And if you remember before that, Dr. Strangelove, right? So this is not, I always say history, has been said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure rhymes. And we've had these conversations before. Now this is at a different level. And just as we have in those past instances, we need to continue to have those conversations, put into place systems of governance. They need to be very organic, so they continue to develop. You can't just put them in place and walk away. And we have to have some consequences for people who violate those norms and those rules of governance. But the human has to be in the loop at all times. There must be human involvement in the loop, whether it's you're turning in a school paper or you're using it for national security and and the governance of our nuclear weapons. There must be an override. Just as with elevators, there's an override. You need to have a human override for AI, and that has to always be in place at all times.
Great. You set it up perfectly there with the War Games reference from my answer to you, as I'll get to in a bit. So you mentioned this argument that's made by a lot of corporate lobbyists that really making AI safe is the same as making it capable. Lobbyists are gonna lobby. That's what they paid for, and it's a cool sounding talking point, but just speaking from my personal experience as an actual researcher, it's just hogwash. It's just incorrect. In fact, so far the companies spend about 1% of their money, the big ones, on various safety-related things. And the biggest accomplishment so far has been what goes by the nerd term reinforcement learning with human feedback, where they train AI systems to not say harmful stuff, as opposed to not want harmful stuff. That's like if you train a serial killer to never say anything that reveals his murderous desires. Have you really solved the problem, or have you just sort of swept it under the carpet? I don't blame the lobbyists too much. That's what they do. But rather, coming back to War Games, if you create an incentive structure where there are no guardrails, there are no safety standards, there is just a massive financial incentive for companies to just sweep problems under the rug. Tobacco companies have a lot of lobbyists who spent many years telling us that smoking has nothing to do with lung cancer. And I could make a long list of examples like that. Rather, what we need to do is just change the incentives. Just have some basic safety standards. Now what you're going to see is the companies are going to be incentivized to meet the standards. My friends who work in biotech, they spend a lot of money on how they can make their drugs actually safe. And the people, their colleagues respect them. They don't view the safety people who do the clinical trials as some sort of annoying whiners who slow things down. They view them as the people who help them get the product to market quickly. So as soon as we get what you asked for here, guardrails, safety standards, the rest of it, market forces will take care of the rest, and we're going to get safe AI tools.
Yeah, I think we need to close to make room for the next panel, but I'd like to let Johnny finish, maybe perhaps, and remind people where they can find this statement and what's next for that.
Yeah, great. So just one passing observation on your question. We are in this big social experiment. Our kids are experiencing it the most. Religious communities actually fare better in surviving these things. I mean, it just is. You know, there's an infrastructure around life, and even if you're not religious, there's a lot you can learn from these institutions. I mean, I have young kids. My kids sometimes refer to their friends who spend too much. My kids spend plenty of time on screens, but their friends who spend too much time on screens, they call them iPad kids. Like there's like this social. It's the stuff like resetting itself in the equation, and then over here. But it's not going to happen on accident. We have to be proactive. The problem with it's not my department. To Max's point, you know, one fraction of 1% of budget going into any of this stuff, and at best for this sort of arbitrary stuff, important but arbitrary in the big picture. The problem is it's no one's department. The departments don't exist, or if they do exist, it's sort of like it's more cosmetic or public relations. Like that has to be fixed. And finally, with a letter, if you're a Christian of any type, feel free to sign christianailetter.org. If you're not a Christian or not religious at all, feel free to sign in solidarity. The point is for an opportunity for all of us to express our point of view. christianailetter.org. You don't have to be religious. You don't have to be a Christian to sign it.
Yeah, amazing. And finally, I'd like to say we're all going to move into, I forget the number of the room. 204. After this, if you would want to continue this conversation with some of the panelists, because I'm sure there's many more questions and many more ideas to share.
Also, before we leave, I believe that you were planning to actually physically
yes,
sign
history in the making.
Here, is that right? And anyone else who's so compelled, please come up right now and support.
You didn't know that you'd be witnessing such an amazing insight today. But before we forget, I'd just like to if we can thank our panelists for their amazing contributions.
So, I really would like to thank these panelists. You're coming from different perspectives, different backgrounds, acknowledging and identifying this problem. So thank you so much. Just some what's going to happen now. So if you want to keep this conversation going and you want to find out how you can be part of this, join them in room 204. If AI is not your thing, we're going to rely on these people whose thing it is to represent us. So we're going to really need those who want to take this forward to join them. In this room, we're going to have a very different panel. This was on, reaching the top. This panel is on human rights and business communication skills curriculum to inform the young generation about how they need to be putting to practice things like freedom of religion and how that relates to business. So that'll be in this room. And we have a little bit of a break, so we begin at 3, but you can begin the discussion whenever you get to the room. And then at 4 o'clock, we have the U.S. Acting Ambassador for International Religious Freedom, Patrick Harvey, will be here giving a keynote. So it's appropriate that we've had this discussion and we have the Acting Ambassador on International Religious Freedom. And that will also include a fireside chat with me and the director of the International Religious Freedom Secretariat, led by our board member, Chris Seipel. And then the dinner, only if you have a ticket, will be launching the International Religious Freedom Builders Forum, which are people just like yourselves, but working in education and government and NGOs who are trying to build religious freedom by engagement. So that's what then tomorrow is, that whole panel. Everyone's welcome to come tomorrow if you're interested in that, but the dinner has sold out many days ago. So thank you, gentlemen. Oh yeah, let's have a picture.
Test.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin in about 1 minute. So 1 minute while we let the rest of the folks come in. Did Greg Mitchell come in yet? No. So, good afternoon, and for those that have joined us, I'd like to welcome you to the Catholic University of America, and those that have been part of our business conference know this, but maybe you haven't been introduced to it. At the Catholic University of America, the founder was Pope Leo, not the current Pope Leo, but the Pope Leo for whom he took his name. So Pope Leo XIII founded the Catholic University of America, and that's why it's called the Catholic University of America, because it's a pontifical university. And the Bush School of Business, which is the building we're in, and is the business school of the Catholic University. And they've been hosting for the past 6 years, this is the 6th year, a business IRF Builders Forum, if I can put it that way. But we have a Faith at Work Fortune 500 company gathering here every year where people from Fortune 500 companies and other companies that have established faith-based groups within their companies that they come share experiences about how they're building, if I can say that, religious freedom within their companies. So we just had a panel with the head of government affairs from Microsoft, also the head, the leading researcher on AI in the world, and then we also had Reverend Johnny Moore, who's an evangelical leader, and they talked about AI, the challenges and opportunities to religious freedom posed by AI. And we've had a series of panels from companies. We had many companies, Dell Technologies, Coca-Cola Consolidated, American Airlines, Equinix, which runs all the data centers of the world, and you may not have heard of them, but you use them every day, and many other companies to share best practices in building religious freedom by making faith-friendly workplaces. So that's been the conference that we've had. And now those with the IRF Builders Forum, and I know there's a number of countries represented, so we thought this would be a nice crossover panel between our business forum that we've had for the past 2 days and the IRF Builders Forum. So we're now combined together for a couple sessions. The session after this one will be with the acting he's acting as U.S. Ambassador for International Religious Freedom, Patrick Harvey. And if you can, don't feel shy, we have a seat for you right down here. So in this session, we're going to introduce to you a project, and Greg, thank you. Sorry for the mix-up on communication on which room we'd be in. So in this session, we're going to be introducing a tool that is free and available for all of you to use. Whether you're a business and want to sponsor it through a CSR program, or you're an NGO or an organization that wants to take it and implement it in your country. It's a business skills, it's a human rights and business communication skills curriculum that was developed in Geneva, but then we piloted it in India over the past year, very successfully. And so you'll be introduced to that. They took the curriculum and added business communication skills. Why? Well, you may not have heard of the National Institute for Advanced Studies in Bangalore. This is the major institute in India that studies how to take science and give good social impact through science. And so as we met to discuss this program, and the scientific part was helping to analyze its impact, they said, why would schools want to have a curriculum on human rights? You know, they have that in the curriculum somewhere. And these scientists said, you know, these human rights actually have a corollary in communication skills, business skills. So schools would be interested if you say, we have a human rights and business communication skills curriculum. So as you'll hear from Professor Priya and from Professor Rahul, that you'll hear that every principal in the Pune region that they talked to, which is not too far from Mumbai or Bombay, was like, no, we don't have that. Yes, we want that. So it was sort of a way to sell the program to them. So I'm introducing the program. Dr. Christina Clark will be introducing our panelists in a minute. And then they're going to tell you about the pilot they did and about the outcome. And then everything's available for you to implement it in your country. The real challenge would be if you're going to do it, I'm not sure what country is up here, Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan? Uyghurs, okay, whether it's in Xinjiang, if you could do it in Xinjiang, or wherever you're going to have it, how to adapt it to the local situation. So they're going to show you how they did that in India and how it was received. And also the innovative pedagogy that they developed to get the curriculum done. So the last thing I'll mention is that this was done in partnership with the World Peace, the MIT, which is Maharashtra Institute of Technology, not Massachusetts, but the Maharashtra Institute of Technology World Peace University. So the executive president, Dr. Rahul Karad, is here, and he'll be receiving a Global Business and Peace Award this evening. his university has tens of 80,000 students, and they have students in the, they also have prep schools leading into the university. It's the largest, oldest private university in India. And his father was the founder, and he was inspired by someone who spoke at the World Parliament of Religions in more than 100 years ago, who said that it's the unification of science, spirituality, and religion that will bring peace. And their university is dedicated to bringing peace, and they've supported this project that you'll be hearing about. And even on this project, as Christina will share, you'll see some diversity in putting religious freedom to practice, even in the home. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Christina, and then our professors will each take a turn to present, and then we'll have some time for questions, and then we'll have our next panel with Patrick Harvey.
So I'm excited to present some really remarkable educators. Professor Priya Kale is working with MIT World Peace University for 17 years. She has 19 years of teaching experience, and her research areas are mental health, well-being, happiness index, and innovative pedagogies. And she's been doing this research on implementing human rights and business skills in Indian schools, while Professor Rahul Lange is an assistant professor in the Department of Education at MIT and has been teaching for 15 years. And he teaches also psychology, research, and philosophy subject. He's received several prestigious research, we both have awards. And he is also an Hindu married to a Muslim. That was what Brian was referring to as living what you are teaching. And they are both incredibly dedicated professors. And I hope you're going to feel the passion that they have for this project, this initiative that's will touch your heart. And we're going to start with Professor Rahul kind of explaining to us about this curriculum and also how he localized the curriculum to India.
Namaste doesn't stand for a cultural greeting in India. Rather, we say this is a sacred gesture which symbolizes that we bow down in front of others to respect the inner divinity of other person, and we also wish for the spiritual well-being of others. Thank you so much, Dr. Brian, for giving an overview about the work which we have been doing from past 8 months. We were developing a curriculum on human rights and business skills. This kind of an initiative was never done before, and I could proudly say MIT World Peace University took an initiative in developing this curriculum on human rights and business skill communication. I'm also grateful to Dr. Krishna for her gracious and heartfelt introduction given for us. Thank you so much. When I'm standing here at Catholic University of America, I reminded of the words of America's greatest philosopher, psychologist, and educationist, whose name was John Dewey. So once upon a time he has said that education is not preparation of life, rather education itself is life. And I could proudly say we at MIT World Peace University are working day and night for transforming life of individuals in our campus. Now moving ahead and talking about this curriculum, my friends, I would like to make you understand that this curriculum was not made in a day, in a week, or in a month. It was not developed overnight. So as we say, slow and steady wins the race. So again, this curriculum has developed gradually, meticulously over time. This curriculum has gone through 3 different phases of pilot testing. And after every testing, we have observed, we have listened, we have, taken the feedback. We have also, accepted constructive feedbacks, and we have also worked on the needs of today's generation, and we have come up with this curriculum And right now, the thing which I have holding in my hand, this is a curriculum developed by MIT WPU on human rights and business skills. Now, moving ahead, so we have conducted 10 different lessons on 10 different human rights.
It's for, till what ages?
Sorry?
What age group is it?
Yeah, sorry. The age group was Secondary Schools of India. The age group was 14 to 19-year students. Now, I would like to bring attention here why this particular age group was selected for this pilot study. As a student of psychology, I teach this subject called psychology to the postgraduate student, and in psychology, we have come across various psychologist theories such as Piaget's cognitive development theory, Vygotsky's social development theories, and Kohlberg's moral development theory. What it says, this age group, specifically from 13 to 19 age group, at this age, the abstract thinking is developed at its peak, and if proper resources are being provided to the students will be able to take wise decisions in their life. So this concept of human right was introduced to these students. Now moving ahead, I would like to mention that these particular 10 skills that has reinforced human rights, we have conducted 10 lessons on these 10 rights, such as right to equality, equal and inalienable rights, non-discrimination, safety, right to marriage and family, religion of belief, expressions, legal recognitions, no child labor, and education. Now, we are going to focus on the very important aspect of a particular human right that was called as right to religion. So basically, the objectives which we have framed before implementing this lessons in the schools of Pune city, the objectives were to make students aware about different religious faiths, belief, and practices, and also to make them understand that the fundamental principles of all religions are talking about the same things, such as imparting peace, harmony, love, empathy for everyone, and also to open learning new things about various faiths to help in resolving the conflicts that disturb the religious harmony at present. So we have conducted various activities while implementing lessons on religious right. Here we have made use of gamification module. I remember when I was a kid, I usually used to wait for a particular lecture called games. I hope you all must be remembering your old days. I never knew, what used to happen. We used to be very happy whenever we get to know that the next class is going to be of sports period or games period. Later on, psychology study suggests that during this happiness hormone is released at this time. That is, I was never aware about the concept called dopamine something when I was a kid. So here, the moment we entered in the class and we said to the students, see students, we are going to play a game. Are you ready for it? So we have got a very positive response, because nowadays if you see most of the students, they are sitting with the cell phones in their hand, and most of the time they are playing games. And also we realize that crisis is an opportunity for talented people. We are not bragging about ourselves. So we have made use of this gamification. Like one activity which we have implemented for this particular right was a wheel of peace. For this, what we have done, we have divided this entire class into 4 to 5 groups, and each group leader was called upon the stage to spin the wheel, and that wheel used to have different components of religion. Like, there were particular sections of Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Judaism, Jainism, and whosoever gets the topic, the 10 to 15 minutes were assigned to the students to prepare for that particular religion, and they have to speak positive aspects of those religions and how that religion is working on bringing peace and harmony for entire mankind. So accordingly, groups were made, and each group came forward. They have given their presentation, and later on the best group got the award, and it acted as a motivation for them So this is one of the activity which we have included in our curriculum. Now moving ahead, talking about the Indian adaptation of the right to religion, like this module has got various 6 stages. Like in the very first stage goes with warm-up song. For the very first time in India, human rights were taught or introduced with the help of a song. So we kept on reading many research papers, and we have found out that when we integrate music to the teaching, most of the time students are, it helps in enhancing their cognitive abilities, it helps in retaining their memory for the longer time, it also helps in reducing their anxiety, depression, and also if they are sung in a group, that helps in promoting social cohesion and cooperation. So I would like to mention that these songs are written, composed and sung by the students of MIT World Peace University. And coincidentally, there was a guy named Yogesh Sapre who was Hindu, who wrote these songs. And there was a guy called Muhammad Kaif. He composed this song. And there was a student called Sintoab Nazir, who was a Christian boy. And there was a girl who was Buddhist who has edited this video. So it was like, we could see the interfaith practices which we have been doing throughout this pilot study. So songs were composed by the students, and the second, and again I would like to mention that the songs which were sung by the students, they were in context to human rights. We have not used any Bollywood song, we have not used any Hollywood song, we have not used any pop song or rap song. The songs which were made, that goes parallelly with the topic of human rights. The very second stage, that was storytelling stage. Let me remind you, we all have been grown up listening to the stories. And even research has said story has got a long impact on student mind. It encourages them, it motivates them, and it inspires them. And we learn lot of life lessons through stories. So for this stage, we have selected a personality called Mahatma Gandhi, who has got a great stature across the globe. I remember once Einstein has said that the future generation will never believe that a person called Gandhi has walked on this planet called Earth. Yeah, because in true sense, he was the brand ambassador of peace and harmony. Throughout his life, he has worked on, religious cohesion, unity, peace, and harmony. So I would like to read a story which we have included for this session. Once during a school visit in Gujarat, a boy asked Mahatma Gandhi why he reads scriptures from different religions despite being a Hindu. Gandhiji replied that while he was a Hindu, he believed in learning from all the different faiths. He shared that his mother taught him to respect every religion. For him, truth was his religion, and all religions led to the same divine light. There was an incident from history. During the partition, he stayed in a Muslim home and went on a hunger strike to stop communal violence. He only broke his fast after both Hindus and Muslims agreed to make peace. Once this story was narrated to the student, and we tried to ask the student what could be the moral story, what could be the message which you could interpret from the story. Finally, we concluded that Gandhiji's actions reflect the essence of right to freedom of religion, which upholds every individual's right to believe, practice, and respect all religions. His life demonstrated how embracing religious diversity strengthens peace, unity, and society. Now, I could proudly say that this research was piloted over 3,500 students across Pune city, for which we have covered 10 different schools. Now, I would like to request my colleague, Professor Priya Kale, to proceed with the business skill part. Thank you so much.
Namaste. This is Professor Priya from MIT World Peace University. And before going to business skill curriculum, I just would like to tell you why I was driven to this project. So our university, the name of the university is World Peace University. And we see the life transformation of the students where our university has created the peace curriculum. So every student who is an engineer, the degree with management or any other stream has to study this peace curriculum, and this is how we try to make them aware about their own sustainability so that they can contribute to the sustainable developmental goals. So coming back to the business curriculum, so this is very, very new concept for the school level. We do understand that vocational guidance or for the vocational streams in higher education, such kind of services are given to the students. But if we try to analyze the structure of Indian schools, we can broadly divide them in three parts. So based upon the board, it is state or local board, the central board and the international board. So in state and central board, there are some government funded schools, there are some private schools, and for international boards, there are completely private schools. So the students from international board, they get the complete guidance or whatever assistance they want regarding the business skills or the vocational guidance type of thing. But what about the students who are from different schools and they want to get ready for the future? So when Dr. Brian came to us and he asked us that, would you like to implement this human rights curriculum? So first question, we are already teaching human rights. We call them as fundamental rights. But the interesting part was, it is in combination with the business skills, business communication skills. So a very, very unique part, which is very, very essential for the school-going children. And as Rahul sir mentioned, we have selected the age group which is secondary school students, which are future ready, which are about to decide their career path, and it is very much essential for them to understand what are the business communication skills. So we had taken the survey of 70 schools, including our own schools from MIT, and majority schools told that they do have a small part of fundamental rights in their curriculum, but no business skills. And if the students want to have the business skills, they are supposed to go out, they need to find out the ways to get the training for that. So we got a very positive feedback for such business communication skills, because we all know we are dealing with several generations. Basically, we are from teacher education institution. So we have seen Generation X, we have seen millennials, now we are dealing with Generation Z. But henceforth, we are supposed to deal with Generation Z, Generation Alpha, Generation Beta, and we all know these people are virtually realistic. So they are very much happy in their own virtual world. And what about their own communication skills? So if we see the business communication skills, so many principals ask us, are you going to ask them the money making thing, the profit making thing, or something related to marketing? And then we are supposed to tell them, no, it is something about the relationship management. Because business is not limited to money. And since 2 days with the interactions, with the panel discussions, we are able to understand that if the employee is happy, then the organization grows. And when the organization grows, obviously the employee also grows. So if we start this from a very basic level, that okay, in future, the students are supposed to select any career. Maybe they can go join any private job. They can start the business, or they can join any company. They do require such communication skills. So communication skills, interpersonal relationship skills, the collaboration, networking, teamwork. So bringing this Gen Z, Alpha and Beta from the virtual reality to the realistic world, train them about the networking, collaboration, communication and soft skill was a bit challenging, but students find it so interesting, and the way it was presented to the students, like our student teachers entered in a class with the guitars and they sung songs, and so many stories were added to the students. So it was very, very catchy thing for the students. And even we never imagined that this could be such a huge success, because taking this curriculum to 10 schools and 3,000 plus students is not that simple. So connecting the schools, continuously taking follow-up with the student teachers, becoming a master trainer for the student teachers, and implementing this syllabus, and making them aware about the human rights and the business skills. So why I like this project? Because it has a very deeper sense with the spirituality, and I need to change it like this. Okay. Yeah.
That one?
Yes.
So to go, just
Okay.
push that one down.
So Rahul sir just told that these many activities were planned for the students which were beyond the traditional methods. So we have used some advanced pedagogies. So the gamification was used, many activities were used, and along with that, so this was the numbers. So for first pilot, we reached out to 368 students. For second pilot, it was 1,400 plus students. And again, the third pilot was conducted on 1,400 plus students. So we do have huge data, and it showed the success of the students, how they felt. And as I said, that it is very much connected with the spirituality. So we know that few years back, the people with high IQ, intelligent quotient, were very much successful. Then the researchers proved that only having high IQ is not sufficient. Now AI is everywhere, so everybody can be intelligent. So we need EQ, that is the emotional quotient, so that we can be with each other and we can be the team players. But again, it is proven that to be sustainable, to be more successful, we need the spirituality quotient. So who am I? What is my purpose? What I'm doing? And these things are completely taught by the faith. And it's not only about one's faith, but to respect each other's faith. And we have got the opportunity to interact these things to the students, and we try to develop the spiritual quotient of the students by having such kind of activities, by making them believe in the faith. So they need to understand what is the faith, what is the role of faith in my life, what is the impact of faith on my life, what is the impact of faith of others on my life, and how we can resolve the conflicts. So these business skills were very, very essential, and successfully they were implemented. We have analyzed it statistically also, and qualitative also, but as you can see the numbers, the data is very huge, so still the analysis process is going on, but over the figures we could see that the project was very successful. Compared to the first test and second test, the students showed a bit progress. They liked the human rights, they liked the business skills, and they performed the activities amazingly. So I think that we need to focus on the spiritual quotient, just not providing by any single degree or finding out any particular human right or business skill, but again bringing the students back to their own faith, making them believe on the faith, and asking them to think about the spirituality is going to help to their own sustainability. And finally, I think for us, our mission will be to create the students who are physically fit, mentally alert, intellectually sharp, and spiritually awakened. So the way you people and Dr. Brian are creating the faith-friendly workplaces, I think being a teacher educator or being a professor, it is our duty to create the faith-friendly classrooms, then the faith-friendly schools, faith-friendly colleges, and maybe the faith-friendly workplaces. So thank you so much for inviting us here. Our study will go on, but it was amazing to be the part of this study. Thank you.
Can I also mention Hannah, who also helped with the business part of it? And a big round of applause for her. I would like to open immediately to the audience. Do you have any questions for our professors? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. So in the situation where you have a classroom where there is multi-faith, and the age bracket you mentioned are so aware, but are groomed from a background to be strong in that belief, how do you manage such an environment with your research? I don't know if it is clear. I don't want to use specific religions because I don't want anybody to pick up on me, but I'll risk it, okay? So let's say you walk into a classroom and there is a strong believer in Buddhism, there's a strong Muslim, there's a strong Christian. And the age you mentioned, they are coming into awareness, so they are strong in that belief already. Now, how do you use practically your research to dissolve or bring them into an equilibrium so you can transfer knowledge?
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, answering to your question, when we went for implementing this module on right to religion, as very rightly said, there was an activity which was conducted in the class where we asked student about, like, according to you, which religion is the best religion which you feel, the one which you practice. So, after conduction of this class, when this question was posed to the student, the answer which we got from a student, which was very surprising for us, and even we were not aware, we were not ready for it. But what he said, sir, the question which has been posed in the class itself is a wrong question. How can we say that this particular religion is the best religion? Because when we look about the fundamental principles of all the religions, if we talk about Jainism, if we talk about Hinduism, even if we talk about Christianity, like we practice certain principles such as love thy neighbor, we talk about brotherhood, we talk about, equality, we talk about love. And they said, sir, the kind of notions which we had previously in our mind, the things which we used to listen in the family, that our religion is the best religion. But after this lessons, we could say all the religions are the best religion in itself. No religion is superior, no religion is inferior, because ultimately the path is leading towards the same origin called peace and harmony. And I would proudly say that this project has not only taught me certain things, I have not only learned few detailings about how to make a curriculum, but rather I would say that was a transformation phase for me, and the students who were also part of this journey, they were also transformed in this journey. And we could proudly say the main objective of each and every religion is to promote peace and harmony for entire mankind. Thank you.
The earlier question and your discussion, aren't you afraid that there's a possibility of confusing children, eroding their own religion? Religion is much more than goals of peace. That's part of it. But their practices, their beliefs, there are lots of things which could be very confusing and really cause an erosion of belief in one's own religion. I'm not so sure that parents would be so happy if that's
Yeah, thank you so much. So we also got the similar question from the schools, the principals, the teachers, but this is not the way we presented the religion content to the students. So basically, first, you need to understand what is religion. It is related to faith, it is related to spirituality, and it is for your well-being. So obviously, whatever religion you have, you are supposed to respect that, you are supposed to follow that. But similarly, it's not like, okay, if I'm following my religion, so other religions are not good. I'm supposed to say no to other religions, or I'm supposed to see other religious people as our enemies. So we did not present the content like this. We focus that, okay, everybody carries the religious identity. It is very much essential, but there we don't need to create conflicts because of that. And if you're not following your religion, please study, because curiosity is the skill which goes with the religious rites. So curiosity means try to understand what is there in the religion. Try to understand the interesting facts, try to understand the history, and why we are supposed to follow the religious practices. So basically, first you're supposed to follow your religious practices, but similarly, you need to give respect to every single religion. So there wasn't any confusion among the students, and they also felt that yes, so we had some tricky questions for them, which is the best religion, so what do you think about the religion, and try to understand your friend's religion. So this activity led to the curiosity, and in the second pilot, it is seen that their knowledge was much more improved, and we could see some more mature answers from them. So there wasn't any confusion about the religious rite. I hope I have answered.
Thank you for your great work. So I have a couple of questions. One, is this a training, or is it embedded in the curriculum of the schools? Like, would this be under social studies, or so that was one question. Or is your team going in and conducting this as like periodically, once a quarter you guys come into that school and conduct your trainings and then you leave? Or are you training the teachers in the school themselves to do the curriculum yourselves? So that's one question. Number two, I wanted to know, especially how many percentage of the students were minorities, and how many were from the majority religion? And then, is current events a part of the curriculum? Responding to current events, especially in what the changes that are occurring in India right now, where minority religions are going through persecution. So I'd love to hear more about that from you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. First, I would like to respond to your first question. When you said that whether this has been integrated in the curriculum of the schools. No, it is not integrated in the curriculum of the schools. Let me tell you, when we went for the first pilot study, and when we asked the school authorities that we want to conduct lessons on human rights, so usually what happens, most of the school people, they don't allow, because they feel, has something to do with human rights, and somewhere this record will be published. So they were very reluctant. So as we have earlier mentioned, we are part of school education. We teach B.Ed students and M.Ed students to become future teachers and future professors. So as a part of B.Ed curriculum, we are supposed to take our students for an internship in schools. So what we did, we started, doing the content analysis of the social science subject, wherein we could, integrate these human rights with those subjects. So accordingly, module was developed. We used to tell them that we are conducting lessons of your schools, but along with that, we are also parallelly emphasizing on human rights and business skills, communication component. So there was no issue as such regarding this. And after the first pilot study, to our surprise, most of the school teachers have approached us on their own, saying the kind of lectures or the kind of lessons which you were taking in the class. So especially few components such as gamification, we have made use of innovative pedagogy such as inquiry-based learning model was used, cooperative learning model was used, constructivist approach model was used, projective-based model was used. So they were like, sir, ma'am, we want you to be there in the school only on one condition, if human rights are taught using these particular pedagogies. And after this third pilot study, we have trained more than 60 school teachers on this human right module. And now coming towards your second question, as you have asked about the percentage of minority students and percent of majority student, I would say minority number was major for the sample study. We have included Anjuman Islam School, which is a Muslim minority school. We have also included Spicer Adventist Christian Missionary School. We have also included one Jain school. So most of the population which were part of this sample was from minority background. Yeah. And we have got amazing results.
So we can take one more question. In the front here.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. In the United States, we often talk about respect for people of all religions and of none. And I wonder how this fits into your model, which is focused, which, as you've described, is focused in part on the faiths of the students, where you have students who are of no faith. There might be agnostic or atheistic. I don't know if this is a substantial population with the students you're talking about, and also thinking about your description of having students that have intellectual IQ, EQ, and also SQ. How does that fit in as well? Is there a way to talk about spirituality quotient in a way that makes sense for somebody who doesn't have a faith that they belong to, but nevertheless you want to respect those sources of ethics and belief for those students as well?
Yes. So usually for all these 3,000 students, because of the age group, the students used to follow the faith from their family. So I think they need to be more mature to understand we are not supposed to follow any faith. And due to the limited period of the training part, hardly we could find the students who said that we don't have any faith or our family don't have any faith. So we never came across, but yes, we will take this in consideration, what to do with this. So we continued with the students who had already, who were following their faith, which is by their families. Secondly, the IQ and EQ. So we have the reflections on IQ and EQ. There is tremendous research, but still people are feeling very lonely. People need to find out some answer. Though they are very intelligent, though they are very brilliant, but they are feeling alone. So these are the research findings. The people who are having great EQ, still they are not that satisfied. So what we feel that the spirituality is going to keep you connected with your roots, and somewhere in your life, at some stage of your life, you need to find out these answers. And at certain point, though we follow any faith or though we don't follow any faith, but somewhere we bow down to the supernatural power. Maybe I call it Bhagwan or God, you call it Jesus Christ or Allah. So at certain point, we need the blessings, we need to follow one particular faith. So going extremely to that point, so if we train the student, we do not force anything. We just train the students, okay, this is the religious right, this is how you are supposed to do, or these are the things, these are the various religions, and this is the reality. Okay, religions are there, followers are there, but still we can find the conflicts, so we are not going to that certain extent. So this much kind of training, I think this is very much essential at this age. And if the students will start practicing, okay, because in our university, our students do yoga, our students do meditation. So we try to take care of the mental health. And in this yoga and meditation, not a single religion is followed, but still it is very much spiritual. So if every individual, if every child will find their own ways for their own spirituality, it is going to help them in their own sustainability. And certainly, obviously, this is not the overnight thing, so we need the longitudinal research to check. And I think that this is going to help in developing the spiritual quotient. And if you're strong enough spiritually, so obviously nothing can shake you. So this kind of training we are trying to give. Yes, thank you so much.
So our time's up, but I'll conclude with one last thing. How do we keep this going? You know, they work tirelessly 24 hours a day sometimes. And the team of students were so in love because the student teachers are the ones that help design this and put this to practice. I can't ask them, well, I could ask you, but it would be unkind to keep that pace up. So the unique thing about India is that all large corporations are required by law to spend 2% of their profits on CSR, corporate social responsibility programs. So this is designed as an education like this, especially for minorities. In minority areas, to improve the lives of people is a rich and attractive CSR type project. So that's what this has been developed, and Dr. Rahul Karad introduced me to one of the top businessmen in India. I won't mention the name, but when I worked with him and had conversations, he said, you know, India can do anything. There's only one thing that holds us back, and that's we're not getting along right now. You know, not all the communities. If we can all get along, if we have this, what they're working on, India can succeed. And so he said, yes, once this project's done, and I met with his CSR people, bring it to us, we're gonna look at it. If we think it's good, we're gonna try it out. So, you know, I think that that's at least the model, you know, with the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation and the work that we're doing is we're not thinking of how we can do some good project and have impact, but we're thinking of how can this work be sustained. That's the first question. And then how can we develop something good that can be sustained? So that's what we're going to do next, is ask, you know, now that we have a proven product, successes, now go to companies and say, you know, what we really need is some extra funding so that they can spend, you know, 1 month a year training 100 teachers to deliver this in such and such a place, and then grow it from there. So
and it can be a global
yeah.
product that can be used by
yes.
other companies
so,
everywhere.
And I was talking to someone from Nigeria the other day, and he said, this would be perfect. You know, we have so many business people with a lot of money, they've made a lot of money, and they want to do something good for their country. This would be a great project. So, you know, that's the thinking process. So it's not, India's an important place to do this, but we don't intend it to just live in India. It's born and grow, and it'll spread worldwide. So with that, I'd like you to thank these professors. They've worked tirelessly and devoted themselves to this. And
can I just say, I would like to thank Brian for his vision, because he's been uplifting businesses that are everywhere to become faith-friendly more, and he's now looking at education so that education is everywhere, schools are everywhere, and now we can have a product that can be spread everywhere, that can be helpful to the new generation. So this is, for me, really inspired of God, and I appreciate your vision.
Thank you.
And I like...
Thank you. So I'm going to put my moderator's hat on, and we'll begin our next session. And if I can ask, we're going to have a switch of panels, if I can ask for that. But thank you. And Professor Priya was a little bit nervous, but she did great, didn't she? Yeah, thank you. So if Greg and Chris can come down, and we're very honored. You can have a seat. Yeah. So we're very honored to have Patrick Harvey. If I can say, you're acting as the Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. That's correct. So for those that don't know, the U.S. by law has an office set up to advance international religious freedom around the world in the State Department. and then they have an ambassador at large who serves in that function. There's a nominee, but in the meantime, you've been serving that. And we did invite Secretary of State Marco Rubio to come and address us. Congress also invited him at the same time to go address them. And, you know, they pay his bills, so. But I think if I can say, maybe we got the better, we traded up.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, and the acting ambassador, senior official from the State Department, has served around the world in some tough spots, a very long, distinguished career. This is an important topic to you, and I think you're a graduate of this institution.
About 2 blocks over.
2 blocks over.
Yeah.
So with that, we look forward to your comments, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much. So before I begin, I can't help but throw some bait to the next panel. I've been studying the question of human rights, the history and the development of human rights and religious freedom and all this for a very, very long time. So one of the things that, and this is just my opinion, I'm not speaking at all with cleared remarks. This is Patrick Harvey, and so not for attribution, certainly not for the State Department. They didn't clear this. This is not their opinion. So, but yeah, basically the same intellectual transformation that happened, in my opinion, throughout the Renaissance, or beginning with the Renaissance, that laid the groundwork for religious freedom, human rights, is the same intellectual transformation that laid the groundwork for the capitalist transformation in economics. And it's basically so people that think in terms of human rights or religious freedom also have the intellectual architecture to think in ways that are economically beneficial or whatever. So, and that's why in my mind they're closely related. If you want a free bit, it's also the same intellectual transformation that made us look at the modern state, the way we look at it, and that would be Amir Vattel, in the 18th century, who probably gives the best definition of the modern state. That's the one that Thomas Jefferson used when they were drafting the Declaration of Independence. So with that, I will go back on script, and my my good employees over here can start breathing again. So, okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Brian, for the opportunity to speak here today. I hope you've all read Brian's book, The Price of Freedom Denied. That book has had a profound impact on the way we talk about the importance of religious freedom worldwide. The data he and Roger Finke analyzed in that book really gave the world proof that protecting religious freedom was not only important from a moral perspective, but also crucial to creating peace, security, and economic prosperity. Countries that protect the freedom of religion and belief and other human rights are more peaceful, stable, prosperous, and more reliable partners for the United States than those that do not. Unfortunately, it seems that not enough foreign leaders have read Brian's book. I'm sorry to report that religious freedom conditions are deteriorating in many corners of the world. We are seeing a global surge in anti-Semitism and a sharp rise in the persecution of Christians, even in Western countries, and more accounts of oppression of members of other religious groups because of who they are and what they believe. Brian shows us that the primary driver of violent religious conflict and persecution around the world is not religious differences, but religious repression. Religious conflict and violence more often occur when countries restrict religious individuals and groups. What his conclusion tells me is that conflict and persecution are not inevitable consequences of people believing in different religious ideas. Under the right conditions, individuals of all religions can and will coexist. Governments, religious, and other civil society organizations, and the private sector must work together to create an environment where religious freedom is embraced and respected. President Trump has expressed his commitment to securing religious freedom at home and around the world. When he hosted the global call to protect religious freedom at the United Nations in 2019, he announced a coalition of U.S. businesses for the protection of religious freedom. In the President's words, this initiative will encourage the private sector to protect the people of faith in the workplace. President Trump's recognition of the power of the private sector to be a force for freedom is a great starting point for our discussion. We also want the United States government to leverage that power to ensure the best outcomes for American business and American workers. When overseas companies also protect people of all faiths in the workplace, U.S. companies can foster freedom at work without facing an uneven playing field. Just like in business, good governance is data-driven and evidence-based. When companies are choosing where to open an overseas subsidiary or looking at potential suppliers or new marketing campaigns, they need reliable information to make decisions that will yield the best outcomes. In the Department of State, we also rely on data to inform our policy priorities and actions we take to accomplish them. Protecting freedom of religion or belief is one way in which the government and private sector can work together. If your company is working in an overseas environment where workers cannot freely express or practice their faith, or where individuals are not free to participate in the labor force because of their religious views, that is the kind of information that the United States Embassy should be hearing about. It may be that the concerns you bring to our attentions will be highlighted in a future international religious freedom report, with appropriate protections, of course. And our embassy colleagues are committed to advocating for American businesses to keep them competitive abroad. Working together across the government and private sector to advance religious freedom in the workplace and beyond is especially necessary considering rapid technological changes that affect how companies and nations do business together. While technologies such as artificial intelligence are changing how we work and do business, the kinds of challenges that emerge raise religion have long been with us. Pope Leo XIV, the first pope from the United States, acknowledged this tension in the selection of his papal name, paying tribute to his predecessor, who navigated his church through a time of rapid industrialization that radically transformed the workplace and worker rights. AI is part of what some analysts call the fourth industrial revolution. Many questions about what it means for the future of business and whether it will affect the faith in the workplace remain unanswered. Those of us who have been monitoring the freedom of religion and belief and other human rights issues worldwide have seen both the promises and the perils of emerging technologies. Our most recent IRF report states that, according to media and human rights NGOs, authorities in China maintained near ubiquitous surveillance of religious sites through their development and widespread deployment of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, closed-circuit television, facial recognition software, and social media applications that track individuals' movements. The growing use of AI by state and non-state actors to track and surveil members of religious groups is a serious concern, one that places many individuals around the world at risk of violence, wrongful detention, and other forms of persecution. At the same time, we hope that AI might also be a force that bolsters freedom of religion or belief around the world. That includes the potential for protecting individuals' ability to teach and learn about their religion, including providing access to texts that may face censorship. This is where we need the private sector, whose role in innovation and inventing new applications of technology is without equal. We are committed to helping American companies and workers succeed in the global business environment, and that includes promoting an environment of religious freedom for you as workers for the places where you do business. We need you to embrace the possibilities and opportunities represented by emerging technologies and change to the modern workplace. If the private sector demonstrates how to promote both business opportunity and religious freedom, then we will have a bright new tool with which to build a world that is freer and safer for people to express and practice their faith or belief. Thank you very much.
So we'll continue this discussion. We have Chris Seipel, who has been, and Greg Mitchell, who've been friends for many years. They're both, they've become sort of native Washington, D.C. people, even though Greg lives in Florida now, and Chris lives out in Virginia. But they've been working in this space many years. Chris is on my board, and Greg has been a great partner through the years. And so we thought, so we're sort of working in this space that's building religious freedom in very, different but complementary ways. So we thought we'd ask Chris to just lead us in a fireside talk. He came up with some questions. We'll see if they're still the same ones you sent us by email, but feel free to improvise. Chris? If you want to sit or stand.
Oh, yeah, let me just do the opening comments. Thank you, Madam Priya. It was excellent, both of you. And thank you, Patrick. I've never known a State Department official to be short. And that is great. Strong and concise. My name is Chris Seipel, and as Brian mentioned, I've been on his board since the inception, and Greg and I have been co-chairs of the International Religious Freedom Roundtable, which in some ways has become the International Religious Freedom Secretariat. So we've been doing these things for a long time. In fact, my father was the first ambassador at large for international religious freedom back in 1998, and I've had the great opportunity to work with every ambassador since, from the radical middle, because this issue is bipartisan, hopefully on its worst day, but on its best day, it's nonpartisan. This issue is very much a part of who we are as Americans. It's a part of our DNA that we respect and we protect everybody, their ethnicity and their belief, and even no belief. Everybody gets a seat at the table. That's what we do. So the 5 questions that I'm going to ask these guys that I've asked them to study for, and I'll ask the same of you as we go through this Builders Forum, are this. What is it in your own makeup that makes you feel called to this mission? What are your own characteristics? What are the virtues from your own faith traditions? Second, what have you learned? What's your biggest lesson that those that you've engaged have taught you? Third, what's your biggest mistake? We don't like to think about that sometimes, but we do make mistakes. We have to make mistakes. We're human. We make the mistakes. Fourth, what is maybe the biggest influence or impact that you have had over the years? And again, in humility. And some of these are obviously interrelated and overlapping. And fifth, because we have young people, and because Brian, Greg, and I are no longer young, we are not really old, but we're getting there. What do you say to the next generation? How do you inspire and equip them? So those are the questions. Now, this is also a transition. And we're moving from Dare to Overcome to this first ever Builders Forum. And I want to say a brief word about that before we reflect on these 5 questions. The way Greg has framed this is that we are all builders in the advancement of religious freedom. And in my mind, there's 2 kinds of builders. There's people who are advocating, which the panels that we've just heard from across the street, and that's usually from outside the country and in. And there is great strength in naming the injustice. The potential threat is that you can alienate the people that you want to work with, even though you should name the injustice. The other kind of builder is somebody who works from within the country, who comes alongside the people who live there. And that's a great thing because it's a blessing to walk with those who live in that culture and that experience. But the great threat there is that you worship at the altar of access, that you just want to keep going back to the country and nothing changes. You get too close to the regime. So we need both kinds of builders, those who advocate and build effective and analytic networks based on evidence. And I'm delighted Nathan is here somewhere to see that we're starting to apply the Magnitsky Act to specific individuals who persecute in specific provinces, as opposed to name blaming and shaming the whole country. That's fantastic, that's progress. But on the other hand, we're also called to walk with people in different contexts, and always to use, in my mind at least, education. And this is why this presentation was so fantastic. And if I may quote another great paragon of education in the American experience, Mark Twain, This was on my senior high school graduation quote, never let your schooling interfere with your education. Schooling's important, you need it. But education is how to think in the stuff of life, and that's what we're about here. We're about educating, how to think about how we engage and how we equip the next generation. So with that, let me move and sit down with my friends and colleagues and brothers. Who should we start with? The oldest? The grandfather among us? As I sit on a mic? Brian, let's start with you. What is it about you and how you're wired or how you were raised that called you to where you are today? Tell us a little about you and what brought you here today?
I won't admit to being the oldest, but I do have 17 grandkids, and number 18 is due next month. So that there's at least some mileage, if not years. Yeah. So I usually don't tell this, but I actually can't make sense of my life if I don't. I go back to this point. When I was 4 years old, I was in my bedroom and I was looking out the window, and it was a gray day just like that. And the face of Jesus came, and just as clear as your face, Chris, and said, "Brian, be a missionary." And that was gone. And that, you often wonder, what if God, why can't God just tell me what to do? But that's not very specific. When you think about it, at the time I was a Brethren, and then we became Methodist, and I married my wife, and we became Baptist, and then I've become Catholic. So, try figuring out what does that mean to, which part of missionary branch do you do? And I think that that transition to becoming Catholic was really maybe the fulfillment of mission, what I saw myself called to, because in the Catholic way of thinking, we just heard it, we respect everyone's religion, but we still adhere to our own, and one of the things about Catholicism that I found so enlivening was the idea that Jesus came and sacrificed himself for everyone. And then, so, we talked about seeing the human dignity, namaste, in everyone. So I think that's the perspective that, that encounter, and you have to wonder, is this guy crazy? Did he seeing God sort of thing? But it has defined my whole life. But the mission has been, really the journey, in trying to find what does it mean to be, if I can use a Catholic term, so Catholics talk about evangelization, not evangelism. So evangelization is bringing the light of God into the world, being salt, being leaven. It's not necessarily converting someone, but it's bringing that light in. So I feel like I've finally at the point where that missionary calling has a way that it's in carrying out religious freedom. That is the mission.
Thank you very much, Brian. I did not know that about you.
Yeah, like I said, usually you get in the crazy category if you tell stories like that, but you ask, so.
Well, if you want to see crazy, look around. We're all in this together. Greg.
Thank you. I don't have any grandkids yet. Is it on? I don't have any grandkids yet, so I must be younger. I still have 11-year-old twins and 14-year-olds, so. Anyway, I started late, but I'm a political guy. You go from spiritual to political. And I cut my teeth on political campaigns. I ran congressional campaigns in California before I came back to Washington. So I learned how to win. You know, when you're running political campaigns, you know, there's a lot of things you do, and you learn how to be effective, and you learn how to win. And so I brought that approach to lobbying and then advocacy about 15, 16 years ago. I was asked to engage on religious freedom, and I went looking for a multi-faith vehicle, learned that Chris had founded the IRF Roundtable, and that is exactly what I was looking for. If I didn't find one, I was going to start one, just because I was a former chief of staff also. So I knew in order to advance religious freedom that the most effective way to do it would be multi-faith, a multi-faith vehicle, multi-faith inclusive, where everybody was, you know, pulling together and working together. And politically, that's the best way to do it. Anyway, so then if you want to be effective and you want to get results, I'm results oriented. I don't want to just take actions just to take actions and keep beating my head against the wall if it's not working. So I try to find the most effective way to get results. You know, and so I was figuring you have to have strategy. You have to start with a strategy. And if you want to put it into the builders, you know, if you want to put it into that builder's framework, you know, if you want to build a house, you have to start with a blueprint, which means you need an architect. So if you look at it, I'm a political architect. So I kind of design, you know, blueprints on how to get from a problem to a solution, and that's what I'm trying to do for the International Religious Freedom Movement with the IRF Secretariat, trying to be very strategic and, you know, bringing people together. And start, you know, developing strategy and trying to develop a joint planning process with governments and parliamentarians, so that, you know, the joint planning would enable more alignment and more coordination of action, so we can win. But that's you know, that's who I am. Basically, I've had my own personal experience with Jesus Christ as well, but I'm also in Scientology, so I've been on the receiving end of you know, discrimination as well, and I don't like being discriminated against. So you know, I've got a personal thing in this too and I don't like it when governments are, you know, being tyrannical. I don't like it when governments are being used against the people. I'm a big believer in the American founding, you know, where sovereignty resides in the people. I believe in representation and consent of the governed. I believe in a constitution that guarantees our God-given rights. And when I see governments violating our God-given rights, I want to do something about it. So if you wrap all that together, you know, that kind of explains how I got here.
Thank you, Greg. And I have witnessed some of the discrimination against Greg over the years, and people whispering in my ear, what about? I say, one, he gets a seat at the table. And we've had atheists at the round table come and give us bear hugs because nobody would include them. As far as I'm concerned, they bear the image of God. I'm a Christian. They have the same dignity as anybody else. Everybody gets a seat, whether you like it or not. But then the next thing that both Brian and Greg have mentioned here is this need to be practical. And as it says in the book of Proverbs, there's wisdom in the counsel of many. When you include everybody, you get a lot of good ideas. Or she gets some stupid ones too. And these guys are the best at relational diplomacy, based on who they are, based on their faith, bringing people in, bringing in ideas, and letting people self-opt into leading their own initiatives to get something practical done in their cultural context. Okay, so let's go to the second question here, which is, what have you learned the most from those that you've engaged? You know who you are, but what about those people that you're engaging? Sometimes they don't want to be engaged, and sometimes they don't want you, especially if you're an American. What are the lessons there? Brian?
Well, I'll mention one thing very briefly and then give a story. Just very briefly, Professor Rahul Lange, as you know, he alluded to it, but you know, as we were talking about their presentation, he said, you know, this project changed me. And so I think seeing change, seeing people transform, seeing people changed is something that is so meaningful and directs me. But the story I wanted to give, and I think it answers your question, on 9/11, so September 11th, 2001, and I know that there may be some people that's ancient history, but for those of us who were active in the world in those years, that was devastating. And I was living with my wife and our 4 kids, no grandkids at that point, in a city with 20,000 Afghans who all identified as Taliban. And I was academic coordinator at the UAE Military Academy. So this was out in the desert in the city of Al Ain in the UAE. And we had just dropped our daughter off in Dubai. She got a certificate in the ballet from the Royal Academy of Dance, and she was going to do internship there. So we just dropped her off. The attacks happened. I had 30 American or international teachers I was responsible for. The general in charge of the academy, sort of their West Point, but not quite West Point, called the leadership in, and here he was, Muslim, strategizing and giving every ounce of energy to protecting us, because he didn't know what those 20,000 Afghans who had rioted a couple years before were going to do. And just at the time that we were coming up with rendezvous points and places to, helicopter us out if we needed to, and keep everybody safe, the prayer call went off. And the general looked over to the sergeant who had been serving us tea, and he looked at the sergeant and he said, "Well, you're better at this. You come up and lead us." So we stopped the meeting. We're going to have prayer. And then he looked at me and he said, "Well, I know you're Christian, but please stay. You're welcome here." And the experience of being persecuted, but the experience of being protected. So, sorry. But for me, being able to try to do that for others. I think, does that answer your question?
Sometimes we forget that we're all minorities somewhere, and we're dependent on the best of faith, of that religion that is different than our own. And that's what Brian has experienced, and so have I. I was in Tashkent on 9/11, and capital of Uzbekistan. And it was amazing to watch this Muslim majority country bring flowers and wreaths after wreaths and put them at the gate of the embassy and say, "We're with you. We want you to be safe. You do a lot of good in the world. We want you to keep doing the good. We're going to help you in this fight." Greg.
Thank you. Yeah, that's hard to follow, Brian. I mean, I've learned just in engaging, faith leaders and government leaders in authoritarian countries and former Soviet countries, that not to judge too harshly and not to judge. And because, there's no absolutes, like you said, to condemn a whole country, or a whole government. So there's good people in every government. Like you said, even in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, just wherever I've been and communicating with people, I've found that, life, the experience in living life is universal. Everybody's doing the same thing. We were just talking about it earlier today. People go to work, they make a living, they have kids, they come home, they want the best for their kids. Wherever I've gone, in Qatar, like over the place, I see the same thing playing out in country after country. It's all, we're all in this together. We're all sharing the same experience. And so I've learned not to judge others, and especially governments that are too restrictive on religious freedom, for example. And just so communicating with them. And there's good people, like I said, there's good people in every government, there's good people in every country. If you use communication and you engage, you find the reformers in these governments who want to work with us, who want to do good. You find the builders, the local builders who are on the ground in each of these countries. And that's how you can build a network of people, and that's what we're doing, is building a network of builders in faith communities and civil society, and finding reformers in these governments, and just putting it all together and starting to work together. But that's the biggest lesson I've learned, and so that's why I'm a big engagement guy now, and using communication to increase understanding, mutual understanding, respect, trust, and reliance.
Thank you. One thing that unites advocates and builders is a realization that Doug Johnston once taught me. If you don't know the name Doug Johnston, he's kind of the grandfather of all of us, maybe the great-grandfather now. He's 86. He wrote a book, co-edited a book called Religion, the Missing Dimension of Statecraft in 1994. And this is 4 years before the International Religious Freedom Act. And that's when religion began to be taken seriously again in academic circles, and we began to account for the reality on the ground. Religion hadn't gone anywhere, it's just that the academics had started to take it seriously for the first time in a while. All right, let's move on to the tough question. What about our mistakes? What have we done wrong or could have done differently, or who taught us? How has that humility made us better?
I don't know where to begin. Maybe Julie Beth, my wife, can start the list.
There's probably a confessional booth someplace around here.
Well, I'll give one that won't make me tear up.
Yeah. We don't have any Kleenexes up here. You get one cry.
Sorry about that. Is yours? Yeah, I think. So I was at the Pew Research Center, and some of the data that was mentioned I had developed when I was at Pew, and really had this sense, that I was looking at the data and saw that where you had more religious freedom, then you had more peace, and where you had more peace, you had more prosperity. Where you had less religious freedom, you had more conflict, and you had less sustainable economies. So I, with that data, that armed me with some conviction to start the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation. Of course, there's more to it than that, but that was key. And so Chris, you were there in the start, and Christina Clark, her husband is the vice president of the foundation, part of the founding, and Paul Lambert over here is a board member. And at the start, I don't know if you remember, we had this whole.
I'm not taking blame for this. Wherever this goes.
I mean, we had this whole plan, and I was expecting to get a multi-million-dollar grant from the John Templeton Foundation. In fact, the name of the foundation, Religious Freedom Business Foundation, came from the guy that at Templeton, last name Green, I forget his name. Daniel Green. And he said, well, just name it what you're going to do, Religious Freedom and Business Foundation. And so I said, okay, instead of coming up with some cool name. And we were working on all this funding to get it started. And then Jack Templeton, Sir John Templeton's son, who was in charge. He died. And they stopped giving out money. And then I had to start the foundation with no money. And that's not a mistake. Actually, that turned out to be really beneficial, because then the board has supported me in the idea that we don't want to grow an institution and hire lots of people. We want to try to encourage others to take this cause on. And the two professors you saw up here, what a great example. They didn't get paid to do that. They were inspired to do that. And so that's sort of the model that developed out of having no money. Now the mistake, there were plenty of mistakes along the way, and one of them was, I was convinced that we needed to partner ourselves with important big events happening around the world, and so we were working with the World Expo. and it was going to be in Italy that year. And Eni Oil, that's the largest oil company, the national oil company in Italy, they agreed to partner with us. And they had a foundation, and it was all looking great. And then all of a sudden, the foundation had changed, and the new head said, "I don't like that. We're not going to do that." And I had poured a lot of energy and made lots of trips to Italy. Now that's not a mistake. Any trip to Italy is a good thing, but the mistake would have been to say, okay, that fell through. I'm going to find another way to make it happen. So the mistake would have been to keep forcing that plan that obviously got shut down. It wasn't working. And to be able to move and say, what does work? Where is the opening? Where is it in the interest of business to do this? Rather than trying to convince them, but how does this actually work for business? So some of the folks here in the business world that I work with, there's a real business case to make your workplaces religiously free. There's all kinds of reason for that. So that mistake was thinking I should do it that way. But I think the book I read, and I can't remember the title at this point, but it said the reason that most new startups fail is that they stick to their plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was at the great privilege of being in Ghana last week, where we're talking about some of these things. And one of the quotes that came out of it was, and we have John and his father Michael back here from Ghana, the only thing worse than putting a round peg in a square hole is taking it out. And that's something to think about. Greg.
I have my own, sorry. Is it back on? Yeah. See, related to that, remember I came up with round tables in public squares. It's kind of like, well, that's what we do. Religious freedom round tables in public squares. Anyway, I chose a mistake related to this work that we do, just so it relates to it. But going back, kind of building on what I was saying in my previous answer, and Wade will remember this. The first trip we took, and our first engagement from the round table was with Kazakhstan, the government of Kazakhstan. We engaged them. They invited us to go to Kazakhstan for ourselves and talk to people. The ambassador said, if you talk to people, you'll see that there are no problems. So he was saying, no, you're relying on biased reports. Go to Kazakhstan, talk to people, you'll see there's no problems. So we went, Wade, Chris was there, Sue Taylor, Leonid, I think. So there was a delegation a multi-faith delegation from the round table. We went, Wade, we got to interview anybody we wanted to. So give credit to the Kazakh government. They let us talk to whoever we wanted to talk to. Wade was my translator. I was interviewing people, who had been, in jail, leaders of faith communities. And to me, it was worse than I thought. I came back saying, "Oh my God, it's worse. It's not what the Kazakh ambassador was saying." So I came back and I wrote a report. I wrote a trip report and sent it to our contact at the Kazakh embassy at the time. And see, so my lesson was I was too honest. I was not diplomatic at all. I wrote an honest trip report, and then I learned that the person I sent it to at the embassy was horrified. I think she felt that if she sent that to Astana, maybe she was going to get in trouble because they supported our trip. So I heard from somebody else. Now, luckily, I was saved because if that report would have gone to Astana, that would have cut the line. We would not have any further communication with the Kazakh embassy, and we wouldn't be engaging with Kazakhstan today if I continued to push that report forward. So that person ended up reaching out to a friend of hers who then reached out to me saying, would you consider revising the report, not to lie, but can you make it a little bit more diplomatic? Which I did. I agreed to do it. I made it a little more diplomatic. I still had, concerns in there. but we redid it. Then we sent that one, and it preserved the relationship, and we were able to continue to engage. And that was back in 2013, at the end of 2013, early 2014, so 11 years ago. And today, and it took us 7 years, but we got to the point. So 5 years after that, the government invited us, and we did a series of roundtables in 5 or 6 cities, in partnership with Wade and Chris here and our teams. And so now we've signed memorandums of understanding with them. There's roadmaps to reform. There's roundtables occurring. There's multi-faith clubs that we're now engaging with. All of this work after that mistake I made, and so I learned from that, and it preserved the relationship, and that's why we're there in Kazakhstan today. And we have a couple people from Kazakhstan that you'll hear on our stage tomorrow, telling their success story about. See, I see Imam Nazarhan up there, and I don't know where Pastor Arman is. There he is. But they'll be here tomorrow telling their own story from their own viewpoint on the successes of the work that we're all doing together. And they're the builders on the ground in Kazakhstan. They're the builders. We're just supporting, as much as we can from here. But my lesson was to be diplomatic. And I know the diplomats at state, know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And relational diplomacy, what you said, that's how I've learned from that mistake. And again, I don't judge too harshly like I did back then.
It's hard to be humble sometimes, especially when you have all the answers. And I'm the 4th of 8 Marines and 2 generations of disciples, 3 of whom fought in Vietnam. And when we, the Institute for Global Engagement, which my parents founded after my dad left the State Department, he wanted to translate his autobiography about Vietnam into Vietnamese. It's called A Missing Piece, M-E-P-E-A-C-E. And we did the wrong language, the wrong dialect. Didn't have any nuance about it. Another time, we invited a delegation from Laos, and we gave them lapel pins, and we didn't know that we were giving them the royal kingdom flag as opposed to the communist flag. You've never seen, in Lao are famous for never saying no. So one time I heard them say no, because they were not going to be seen in public with that pin on their lapel as they met DC officials. Stay humble. What has been some of the successes? Where do you think that you've had some impact, if you don't say so yourself?
Well, I think I alluded to that. I mean, the success is when you see people pick it up and take it, and do things with it. So it's not. So I like to think of what I do as like a catalyst. I add my ingredient in, but then it activates others to be able to do work. And so I think that's one thing. It's not thinking that I need to own the thing that I'm doing. It doesn't even have to have my name on it. Because I'm the catalyst. I'm trying to spark something to work. And I think then also knowing which things I need to actually own, certain things. So, one of the things that we've produced or been successful with at the Religious Freedom and Business Foundation is that we have a benchmarking index that companies can use to benchmark faith-friendly workplaces. We just had that conference and gave awards out to companies that are doing that. And so that's something, it's not that I own it, but it's something I have to be a good steward of. So I think that the success, or you ask about successes, yeah.
Impact.
So and the impact. So I think it's sort of knowing that balance of what are the things that I need to keep stewarding, not owning, because we're all not going to be here forever, right? We can't really own anything. We can't take it with us. So we have to steward certain things that are put in our care that are useful to serve others. But then also really have the focus being on empowering others. So I think those are, I hadn't really thought about it till you put it in the question, but those are the things I came up with.
Great, thank you, Brian. Greg?
Similar, same. I mean, because as I'm sitting here looking, and again, today at our event, we had a civil society congress today. A lot of participants of the IRF Roundtable, it was their day basically. They shaped the program was basically all of their presentations and their working group sessions. But that roundtable, that's a model now. That we actually, the architecture of that we developed together, over a period of like 10 or so years, and developing and building that model together, and to see that it's still going 15 years later, and that today was Roundtable Day basically here at our Builders Forum. Tomorrow, talking about what you were saying, catalyzing builders now overseas in all these countries that are now taking that model, customizing it for their own context, and now having success with that model, the way they're, applying it. I see our partners from Guatemala that you will hear tomorrow. They're having great success with their roundtable. The previous president was so impressed that all the faith communities were coming together on a regular basis. He had never seen it before. He immediately reached out, wanted to work with the roundtable. You're going to hear this tomorrow. Appointed his own commissioner to work with the roundtable. Now the Congress has a Religious Freedom Caucus that's working with that roundtable. We've got partners from Georgia. They're about to, launch their own secretariat. I already mentioned the guys from Kazakhstan. We have our guys from Ghana. John Azuma's not here, but you'll hear all these guys tomorrow that, like you said, we've catalyzed something that they're now taking and running with, customized for their own local context, and they're having great success. So that hopefully that'll be a lasting part of my lasting legacy, that I was able to help, just catalyze something that just keeps growing and all around the world.
Thanks, Greg. Our last question, and I'm not sure when our session ends, but I would like to open it up for questions as well. But what would you say to the next generation, or the person who is just starting out in this field, no matter their age or their background? What are some of the principles, some of the lessons, some of the encouragements that you might offer to them as you think about the past, but as we anticipate where all this goes starting tomorrow? Brian?
Christina at the end of our panel mentioned that Hannah here worked with us on this India program. So I think one of the things, whether to say it I don't think I ever say anything, I think it's getting people to jump in and do the work. So, I think instead of, I could talk for an hour on that, but I think really the secret is to provide opportunities for young people to engage, to get involved, and that's what we saw in India. I mean, the students, we had these songs in the original curriculum that were very lame, it was like, ba-na-na-na-na. And, and I said, well, it'd be great if you could find some Indian songs, find some. And instead, the one student wrote them. We had a Muslim and a Christian and a Buddhist and a Hindu, all working together. I think that's what I would say. I wouldn't say it. I'd try to give them that opportunity to engage, and then, that's all I have to say.
That's all I have to say about that, Forrest. All right.
Yeah, engage was the word I was going to use too. Is just engage and take responsibility. Responsibility for, your own community, responsibility for the other, responsibility for society, basically, and just, and the roundtable is that model again. You gave a shout out to Nathan, who's standing back there, Nathan Weiniger. He took responsibility, he took initiative, and he stepped up and became a leader. Just by his actions. And that's how the roundtable model works. Individuals So if I was giving advice to a young person, engage, find these vehicles like the round table and get involved and engage, take responsibility and take initiative, and just start, taking actions to help everybody win. Engaging with everyone, learning from everyone, respecting everyone and helping everyone, collaborating. But just if you do that, you step up, you become a leader, just by your actions. And that's how the roundtable model works. So.
Excellent. I'm going to presume that we end at 5 and we could take some questions.
We end at 4:45, but we actually have flexibility to go a few minutes. So go ahead.
Okay, Patrick.
Great panel. Thank you again for the invitation to come here and speak. How do I make the case that promoting religious freedom is good for business? Why should I, or if I'm a business person, why should I promote religious freedom in the workplace, or even, why should I worry about anything with the widgets I'm making? Thank you.
I'll answer it with a story. We launched the Same Ready Index, the Faith-Friendly Workplace Index in London, in the UK. And as we were giving the awards out to UK companies, we invited the chairs, the chairman of the board, chairwoman of the board, from the top 20 companies that scored highly on our Ready Monitor, where we monitor websites. We invited them to breakfast with Johnny Reynolds, who's a member of Parliament, but he's also the Minister for Trade. So you mentioned President Trump. He's the guy that's negotiating, trying to get the UK the best trade deal. So we had this breakfast, and we invited 20 FTSE 100, 20 of the top FTSE 100 to come, and 12 came, or at least they sent, their chief people officer, chief finance officers, sent somebody senior from the company. And Johnny Reynolds began by saying, look, I'm trying to balance an MP has a very small territory they're in charge of, so they get to know everybody. So he has to go home and fix potholes and whatever the community needs. And meanwhile, he's negotiating trade deals. On the day he was negotiating their trade deal with India, he took time to come this breakfast, because he said, look, my own faith is what grounds me, give me values, helps me keep these things in balance, and I bring that to me in my whole self, and I let my team do that. And he said that I want that team to realize that this freedom to bring your whole soul to work, to not be ashamed of what your faith is. He said, and that has changed our team, so we trust each other, we work better together. And he said, I need that, because sometimes they're working overnight to hammer out the details in a trade deal, and I need the best from them. So that's the argument that he made. And then the head of a very large bank, the chief people officer of a large bank, as we continued the discussion around the table, he said, look, corporate culture is really important. We need to, have a corporate culture where everybody's working together, we feel valued, but polarization is just ripping us apart, and that's often along religious lines. And he said that culture will define our corporate culture unless we do. And he said that's the job of a business. We need to define what our culture is, and having this faith-friendly, religious freedom inside the company is one way we're defining what our culture is. We all get along, we respect each other, we celebrate each other's faiths, beliefs, or non-beliefs. So I've found that for business people, it's not showing them a data chart. But we had a great panel from BYU, Marriott School of Business, where they've developed a tool that they can actually measurably show that when you have this faith-friendly environment, that people stick in the company longer. It's easier to attract people. They're more harder working. They get better promotions because they're more successful. So it's not I have lots of data charts, but I haven't found that impacts. But actually, what is it about religious freedom that is good for business? Not just religious freedom in general, but in this situation where we're running this company with 100,000 employees or whatever it is, why would this help? So I think it's actually learning to speak business. So that I said along the way, I've spoken, I lived in China and the Soviet Union and Europe, Middle East, so lots of languages. And I found that I had to also learn business as a language. So learning to speak in the things that they're thinking about, and well, how does this relate to them? So that's the key thing, not taking how I talk or how an advocate or somebody would make a case for religious freedom, but how does it really help them?
I just want to build on that, because part of the handoff, we're ending Dare to Overcome today. We're moving more into the Earth Builders Forum tomorrow. We're going to be establishing a corporate council, and Simran back there is leading the effort to put that together. So we're going to have a discussion tomorrow on stage about how can we convince business leaders to come out of the workplace into the public square, and they have leverage, they have power, and they're economic partners with all these governments overseas. And is there a way we can convince them to come out, not as advocates or activists, but as partners with these governments, as economic partners, and use the cooperative engagement approach and engage governments in the public square and partner with governments to improve on religious freedom, which is good for business. If they improve on religious freedom, it will be better for business, better for their bottom line. So that's something that we're very interested in, and that's why we're doing the corporate council, and we'll have a discussion on stage about that tomorrow.
Okay, why don't we wrap up, and let me take a stab at the question because it's important, and then we'll conclude. But we're moving to the Roger Williams Awards, and one of the things that he made sure was in the 1663 Colonial Charter, which I'm sure you've all read, is this: religious freedom is important to the sovereignty of the state. Why? Because if people are free to practice the essence of their identity, the more likely they are to be loyal to the state. Makes sense. Where there is stability in the state, particularly in the majority world, there is more likely to be foreign direct investment. And where there is foreign direct investment, there's more likely to be jobs for the youth bulge that many countries in the majority world have. So there's a logic here that goes. The other logic, I think, is be the brand. When I was running a nonprofit, I would say we're all fundraisers. When you're selling something, you're all ABS, always be selling. You're more likely to convince a donor to give or to sell a product if you believe in what you're doing. And when you're allowed to be yourself, same logic as Roger Williams said, put in the charter, then you're more likely and more authentic in the presentation of the product, what you're doing as an NGO, or what you're selling as a company. And then it builds on itself. And that's where it gets exciting, I think. One thing that I say when I open all my classes, and this is a thing or a concept that unites advocates and builders, and this is where I'd like to include, what unites us is that we LOVE our neighbors. That's something the great golden rule can agree on. But what do I mean by LOVE as an acronym? We listen and we observe with our heart. There's no speaking involved. You listen and you observe with your heart first. Come at it from a soft place. Whatever the issue, whatever the person, whatever the country. You verify with your head. That's hard power. That's what do the numbers say? What does the boss say? Whatever. Listen, observe with your heart, verify with your head, engage with your hands. Because you've combined the hard-headedness of analysis with the soft-heartedness of who the person is in front of you. And if we can agree on that, then we're going to be good advocates. We're also going to be good builders. And the world needs both. Join me in thanking this panel for a great presentation.
And I think for those of us who are going to the reception, it's going to be upstairs. And across the hall, back at the Conway School of Nursing, upstairs will be the reception before the dinner.